So good afternoon everybody, welcome to round 4 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship here from Crail Circuit on the east coast of Scotland. We've got fantastic weather. My name's Phil G, alongside me Daniel Koenig.
Yep, good to be up here in sunny Costa del Crail.
Costa del Crail indeed.
If you're not already, make sure you're following British Supermoto on Instagram and over on Facebook to keep up to date with all the live action. And also don't forget to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel at TNL_sports, where you can watch all of the live and on-demand racing from this season and previous seasons, and take a look at the website.
Yep, so let's have a quick look then back at the Bathmate best bits of round 3 from Rowra. So here is our off-road section here at Crail. Let's have a look at our championship positions as they stand at the moment. Then currently our academy being led by Isabel Wingate on 166 points. She played her joker at Rowra, so she heads from the charts from Archie Ormrod, Archie Reynolds, Jackson Bennett and Leon Tall.
So our novice championship currently being headed by the Trips UK rider of Simon Wadsworth, followed by Jake Sayer and then brother of Simon, Peter Wadsworth, and then Neil Meelan and Paul Baxter in 5th.
Our Clubman Championship at the moment then headed by Trips.UK boss Chris Walker, 2nd place Seth Gibson, 3rd Harley Sharp, 4th Trips teammate Paul Groom and 5th the Automotive Solutions Honda of Craig Forshaw.
And our overall British Supermoto Championship currently being led by the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, who's also chosen to play his joker for round 4 here at Crail. Then followed up by Richard Sharp, Jay Smith, Richard Blakeman and Alex Mullaney.
So let's have a look then at our timetable for the day here at Crail. Our first academy race then scheduled to go off the line at around 12:40. And then we'll have Group C, Group A, Group B and Group A. We'll take a short break and then we'll be back at 20 to 3 for our second group of races. And then our final group will start hopefully about 25 past 4 this afternoon, where we will bring you the conclusion of the action here at the Bob Auld Memorial Meeting.
Yeah, so we're now going to take a look at our onboard circuit camera preview powered by Race IQ. So make sure that you take a look at Race IQ. They've got all your live data that you need for whether you're a team boss, a rider. It's all on there.
So here we go then. This is into the first off-road section. You see an inside and outside line choice there. I've pretty much got this all the way through both off-road sections. Nice little pop tabletop. This is actually the only flat corner on the track. There's just an outside line there, an inside line here that can get you up the inside of somebody, as Simon just demonstrates. And obviously looks like this is an outlet, so he again goes to the inside here, pops through, lands on the tarmac, onto the concrete and then onto the fastback straight. And we will come down here, 2nd, 3rd, 4th gear, and then we will tip into this chicane and then into the second off-road section, Danielle.
Yeah, so we can see here Simon's taking that inside line, so a bit of a kicker, then using that nice berm to head up over the tabletop. Not quite clearing it, but it is an outlap. I'll let him off. Then taking the inside line as he heads back over this bit of a broken concrete section and onto the tarmac. Then a sweeping left, bit of a double apex can catch 3 riders out, and then a tight hairpin then as they head down this straight. And then it is hard on the brakes for the final corner, sweeping, it tightens up on the exit and then across the line.
So that is a lap of this Crail circuit then. Before the racing starts then, let's take a look back at earlier this morning when our top 5 qualifiers battled it out for Superpole. So here we are then for Superpole, brought to you by TM Leeds UK, and Scott Murray then, our first rider out on track for Superpole on the 234 Honda. He was our 5th qualifier today, only a second adrift of our pole sitter at the moment, Richard Sharp. So we will see these guys do a warm-up lap and then one flying lap each. So Murray then 5th fastest, just a second off the pace. He was a real top performer yesterday and local man to this circuit on the Scott Comp Honda. Was impressed with him yesterday, Danielle?
Yeah, I think he got 3 out of 3 race wins in the Age yesterday. Rode really well, and a lot of people were saying that, oh, maybe it's because he's ridden the dirt. I don't believe he had ridden the new dirt before, so this is all new to him as well. Yeah, the track's fresh for pretty much most people, and here we go then with Scott Murray then on the Honda, who flicked through these fast left and then right-hander up to the off-road, hard on the gas. There's a bit of a kink here into the off-road. He will take the inside line and will get over this tabletop nicely. Yes, he does. And then just bounce into this turn. Very, very loose in this off-road outside line there, so we can get the run over this little double. And then he will come past our camera position and take this inside line. We saw some great racing here last year. Hard on the gas now, down the back straight, Danielle. This is a really good bit of the circuit. Yep, so he's heading into this bit of a chicane, slow the riders down before they head into our second off-road. So Scott choosing to take the outside line, railing around that berm, then over this tabletop, and then again outside as he now heads out across that concrete and back onto the tarmac. Oh, big moment there on the rear. That'll have cost him a 10th. He will set the time that all the other guys have got to chase to this last but one corner. It's that Honda hooked up. See if he can set a time that is anywhere close. He comes across the line and we'll wait for our timing to update. And Murray has done, we don't get a time. Oh, we do. Go on. He's done a 109.545. So that's actually slower than he did in timed training and qualifying this morning. So here's the 33 of Jay Smith. So we'll watch Jay now come round onto his flying lap as he heads down towards this left-hander and then flat out heading towards the off-road. It's fast up there. I went out there and just stood on the entrance to the off-road this morning, and those guys are properly cranked over coming round there. A nice bit of double over there for Jay. Nice and smooth there. He'll pop over this. It's a lovely little section. Just got to be careful of the loose. There's a little bit of a kicker. You're landing then to flat and hard on the gas down the back straight. Just be careful not to tip in too early and catch the bars. And then this bit that we didn't use yesterday sends them straight onto the dirt. Again, Jay going to the outside, the same as Murray. Comes to the inside there, Danielle. That's interesting. Yeah, taking the inside line on the exit of our second off-road, and nice and smooth as he heads into this sort of double apex corner. Then again, hard on the brakes for this next hairpin. And then slight twitch, front wheels just lifted ever so slightly as he heads round to the final corner. Hard on the gas across the line then, and we wait for Jay's time to come in. So he has gone provisional pole with a 108.515. So Smith then, the man of the moment. Here comes Chris Hodgson then, the TM Leeds UK rider on the number 1, the 18-time champion. He's already into his lap. Nice little slide and slide. He'll come inside. He's getting over this really smoothly in qualifying this morning. Maybe just a little bit of a mistake there. You can just see we're getting a little bit of blue groove on the inside maybe. And again, he'll hop over. Not many guys running the outside here. We did see a few people trying it for passes. I think Blakeman managed some passes there last year. So onto the back straight then. Getting that TM wound up. You can still the dust all on the tyres there, Danielle. That's going to give him a little bit of grief. He goes to the inside. That's interesting. Yeah, first of our top riders to take that inside line with that bigger kicker, but then taking the outside line to try and get on the gas as he heads back out onto the tarmac. Got that TM Leeds UK 450 backing it into that corner there.
A lot of dust on the tyres as he comes out of the penultimate corner then. Slides it in. Great style then from Hodgson. What time is he going to do?
So again, that was fastest with a 107.953. So about half a second faster than Jay Smith there.
So we pick up Jamie Duncan. So Duncan, the local man from just up the road here in Cooper. And the Contract Solutions KTM man, the fat and fast rating rider. He was very fast yesterday, but he had nothing for Scott Murray. And we did see him putting some, trying to put some hard moves on, but the Honda man taking the spoils yesterday. So Duncan will be making sure that he gets as good a gate position as he can. Nicely out of there. Getting on the power nice and early, and again, just run down the back straight.
If I was a better, I'd say he's going to take the outside line here. Yeah, straight round the outside, nice and high up on that berm as well.
I did notice this morning he's crossing over and taking the inside, and I think that gives you a better run here and makes this corner less tight where you come back onto the tarmac. So that may be just worth a tenth or two. We'll see if Duncan then can consolidate his second position in time qualifying this morning. I'm beating Chris Hodgson. Lights up the rear end of that KTM to come across the line.
And again, it was fastest with a 107.011. So about 0.9 seconds faster than Chris Hodgson, currently in second.
So it is Richard Sharp then, the man who was fastest in qualifying this morning. He's been a revelation this year. He's taken final wins at I think pretty much all of the rounds so far.
Yep, that reverse grid's really favoured the 217 of Richard Sharp. We see him there quite high on the berm as he then takes the inside line. We haven't seen anyone take that yet.
Oh, nice little wheel tap through there. But to be fair, the reverse starts. He's been on that second row of the reverse starts more than once. Just making really good passes early on in the race and getting away. We saw him win a borrowed bike at Teesside, but he certainly looks like he's got this track dialed. He goes to the inside as well. Gets it hooked up nicely. Oh, that was absolutely inch perfect. Feet up round there. This is where he's going to make a little bit of time back out onto the tarmac over that concrete. Slides it in lovely. This is looking good for Richard Sharp, but the clock will tell us. There's a little bit of a hook as he came out there as the rear wheel just started to break away. Hard on the gas then for the Trip.UK rider. And he just misses out.
Yep, so he does a 107.466, which puts him in second on the grid for our first race. I think that was also a good sort of example of how close these lines are in our new off-road section. We saw the top 5, a lot of them take different lines, and how close they are within our timings. They're all within 2 seconds.
So so that wraps up Superpole then, and it will be a pole position start then for Jamie Duncan on the Contract Solutions KTM, from Richard Sharp on the Trips.K Husqvarna. Then it's the TM UK TM of Chris Hodgson, the MTR Trips KTM of Jay Smith, and the Scott Comp Honda of Scott Murray. So that is your TM Leads UK Superpole. So our Academy race then comes to the line. Our top qualifiers in this one then brought to you by First Form Solutions Design and Build, Jay Smith's building company down there in London. The front row should be Blake Wilson, Tyler Humphries, Jackson Bennett and Bell Wingate. We'll wait for everybody to come up. 77% humidity. It is a beautiful day here on the east coast of Scotland. We've been in shorts for 3 days, arrived here late Thursday, but the weather this week up here has been as nice as I've had all summer. So Wilson, Humphries, Bennett, Wingate, the front row, and then second row will be Rhodes, Innes O'Donnell, Max Rhodes and Edward Darnton there on the number 41. He's only on a 65, so he had a decent day yesterday. And we'll see how this Academy class pans out. We've got 24 starters in this one, Danielle. It's going to be a busy old race.
Yeah, and we all know that the racing in our Academy group is as close as anything. So I'm sure we'll be seeing chopping and changing all the way throughout this grid. So we'll keep an eye on who gets the jump as our starters just get ready to get them under orders. We've just got, I think, got a little bit of mix up at the back.
Archie Ormond down there in 13th, so we have obviously had an issue in qualifying. Interesting to find out what that was.
Yeah,
Still
we can see him. We can also see Archie Reynolds down there in 11th. You can see him there on the grid.
Yeah, just a couple of riders getting themselves into the correct places, and then hopefully we will be underway. We'll get the green flag from the back of the grid. Here we go then for the first race of the day from Crail here in Scotland as they blast away into turn 1. Let's see who gets the whole shot. It's a fast start. They make their way up, and it is the number 08 of Blake Wilson then from Tyler Humphries as they come into the off-road for the first time. I watched Wilson in practice and he was full send over there. That massive scoop on the brake of that 85 KTM. Working overtime, the rest of them in there. We've got a rider down. I think that's the 3rd place rider that's just took the front there, Danielle. Not quite sure who that was.
Yeah, I couldn't see who it was went down. We can see quite a lot of dust being kicked up there. Looked like we had a bit of swapping and changing there in the off-road, but it is Blake Wilson there. We're in a little bit of a gap now as he heads through the chicane.
There's Wilson then from Humphries into the 2nd off-road section. Might have been Jackson Bennett that went down, but we'll wait for them to come through to see what we've got. That looks like that might be Bell Wingate there. Ormrod's come through in 4th. There's Darlington in the battle. The rest of them stream through the off-road then. So we'll wait for them to come across the line for the first time, so we get some live timing. All of the live timing available on My Laps on Speed Hive, so you can get the same information home that we get on the circuit. There is Ormrod then. He was on the 3rd row of the grid. So there is the 65cc Yamaha of the young Edward Darlington.
Yeah, so that 65cc going to be slightly disadvantaged on these fast straights. You can see there the 125 of Bell Wingate. She's currently sat in 3rd, so she's taken that inside line there, heading up over the step up. Not quite sending it as far as Blake Wilson. But it looks like Archie Ormrod's there gaining a little bit of time, so he's taking that inside line to see if he can get a bit of a cutback.
Well, manages to hold him off and over the wave, so Ormrod's going to take this different line. He's not following. It's a shorter line there, but Wingate should be able to shut him out there. And we saw this in the A Group race last year with Richard Blankman trying that, pass him out 6 or 7 times before he made it stick. But Wingate then in 3rd, Ormrod there in 4th. Darlington 5th, Lee Road 6th, and we'll have to look down the order to see who it was that took a tumble on that opening dirt section. I've got a feeling that it may well have been Jackson Bennett.
Yeah, looking down our live timing, he's currently sat in 19th as he came across the line, and as he was one of our front row. I think that might be the case.
Very, very easy to do. It's slightly off camber on the landing, turning into that left-hander, and he just maybe got a little bit askew as he's tipped it in, or maybe hit a rock or something. Look through the dust. It's not actually as bad as it looks to riding. I don't think that's easy for me to say. I wasn't riding yesterday, and I know you were.
It was quite fluffy,
yes.
And I think it's also worth mentioning that as soon as these riders go offline between the inside and outside, quite a lot of stones are being kicked across by the bigger bikes. So on these smaller wheels, I feel like they might find it a little bit challenging. If they do go offline, they're going to hit some of those bigger rocks.
But Wilson then starting to check out at the front, 5 seconds on Humphries. At the moment, they had some good battles yesterday, but it certainly looks like the 08 is the master of it today, as the rest of the field streaming through in the off-road section. Danielle, that's busy there.
Yeah, it is. It's busy in the mid-pack there. So we saw Lily Rhodes, Inez O'Donnell, Archie O'Donnell, Ollie Ross, all filtering through there. That split section as they come off, you can see how when Bell Wingate come off, she was very aware that she could close the door on the outside and leave no space for Ormrod to get by.
That'll be a good scalp for her to take. I think she was a little bit up and down yesterday. Didn't have... obviously I was here yesterday doing the comms for the National Championship round that runs on a Saturday, and she just didn't seem to have that great a day, although her speed was decent. Didn't seem to be able to string results together. I know I think she was out in one of your races as well, Danielle, so she was certainly showing better with the track this way round, and I think a good qualifying has certainly helped her out. It does look like Ormrod has managed to find his way past.
Yeah, we could see there Blake Wilson lighting up the rear and getting that front end in the air as he came off the off-road, showing that there's still getting plenty of grip on those 85s.
So Wilson there having to take to the inside, just putting a pass on Tyler Clark there. Delightful young man who brought me a nice cup of coffee this morning as I was getting my temp packed away, so kudos
Looking at
to him.
our split screen there, it looks like we've got the 58 of Max Rhodes, who's currently in 5th. He's being chased down by, I believe that's
Liam Pearson. He had a good day yesterday as well. He's another rider that's been getting close to the sharp end and is there or thereabouts.
Oh, we've got a rider down in our second off-road.
That's Humphreys. That's our second place man. So Humphreys has gone down on the 19.
So it'll be worth seeing if he's lost a position there. Sometimes it can be quite hard to get these little bikes restarted.
Weight-footed Ormrod now up to second.
So, but the gap out to this man in front is currently sat at 21.5 seconds, so he's got a comfortable lead. Currently doing a 1:18.4 as his fastest lap in comparison to Archie Reynolds' 1:22.5. So watching here, there is the second place man of Ormrod, followed there by the 1:25 of Bell Wingate in our split screen there. Well, it is the number 08 of Blake Wilson, making light work of getting through this very busy traffic. Oh, it looks like we've got the 150 of Liam Pearson down there.
Yeah, we went to the battle there between Pearson and Max Rhodes, and Pearson put it on the floor. So a big traffic jam there in the off-road section. That's brought those guys all over the track. There's the 86 of Ruby Booth just going into the off-road.
I think we just had a rider go down on that berm there.
It's very difficult.
Oh, that's actually, is that our race leader?
That is our race leader, I believe. That is the 08 of Wilson, and we'll just double check.
Yeah, I think he just had a little bobble off there, but with his comfortable lead, he's managed to remain in first position.
Just to show how hard he is trying. We'll make a pass there on the 16 of, I think that's Harrison Tall, the local lad. It's good to say that we've got some great support from the Scottish Supermoto Championship here. This is obviously their home circuit, and great for them to be hosting this event. They put a lot of effort in as our race leader comes through. Shot there, he's back onto the tarmac. Interesting to see how much time he's lost at Archie Ormrod.
We're also keeping an eye on the live comments over on our YouTube stream. So I can see here a few people cheering on the Team UK TM team, as well as the number 5. So if you've got anyone that you're watching at home, make sure you give them a shout out in there.
Yeah, so Humphreys falling off early on in the race, then dropping him to 4th. That's kind of he would have been there to pick up the pieces when Wilson fell earlier on. This is the like I say, the 16th of Harrison Tall. Looks like the bikers quit on him. So this is Tyler Humphreys. Then he's in 4th place, and then the battle for the lower leaderboard positions. That's the 99. That's one of our newer riders, I believe. He says, looking at his list, I don't have a 99 on my list.
I think that might be one of the riders from the Scottish Championship.
I think that's a Scottish Championship rider. There's Josh Walker, the son of the Trips.uk boss, Chris, finding his way through again. He's just moved up from our Bambinos a while back, did a few ride outs on that. And, first full season. So he's having a decent weekend. This track is very, very severe for these guys.
Looks like there we've got Archie Reynolds making a pass through the off-road, but can he get it done? It's looking really busy through that off-road section, so we've got back markers and current leaders. So we got there the two roads of Max and Riley currently sat in 6th and 7th, followed by A46 Inez O'Donnell. And then we've got the 41 of Edward Darnton on that 65 there.
We've now got our race leader Blake Wilson is well into. There's Archie Ormrod. So Ormrod then in second place, number 40. And Humphries is chasing him down. There's our race leader. We finally caught up with him, but there's so many riders, a 25 rider field out on track. And he's just putting a lap on Jackson Bennett by the looks of it there. So the 08 still got a very, very big lead, even with that tumble. A yellow flag in the off-road section here. We'll see who that is.
So back there in the mid-pack, that looks like one of, I think that might be the 125 of Bell Wingate there, going around the inside. It looks like, yep, Tyler Humphries has caught back up after that off, so he's there going to the inside. So is this going to be a pass for third?
No, Bell will shut the door. She knows she's got the line, and she does it. Just cuts away there. She'll have held on to that. Also, Max Rhodes was the rider down in the off-road there. So Rhodes, the last lap flag out then this time for our race leader Blake Wilson. This one's gone by in a flash. I've no idea how fast that corner is when you stood on the inside of it. They really are flying through there, and it's a really awkward left, right, left kink as they get into the off-road section. Wilson giving it the full send, a little bit more circumspect this time. We've had
yeah, I think we may have a rider down on the inside line there. We can see Marshall's telling them to take the outside. That's the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. It looks like he's stacked it there. Yep. He's currently sat in 7th.
And like I say, very, very easy to do, simply because of the loose. Our race leader then comes in. He's got a few riders there. Ollie Ross then, the local rider, goes inside there. He's going to pass Darnton as well. Darnton was quite well up. He's there in 10th, so he's actually dropped a few positions from his second row start. I think he was there in 8th.
Does show how well Blake Wilson's rode though, so he's managed to lap up to 10th in this race one. So great ride from him. I'd say almost faultless if it wasn't for that little bobble in the off-road.
There's the outside foot off the footrest, which always scares me a little bit, but he will drop into the final corner and take victory in this first Academy race, then brought to you by First Form Solutions Design and Build. And
looks like we had a few yellow flags there in our off-road section, so I think we may have a little bit of a mix-up as it comes across the line.
I think Ormrod is definitely still there in second, and it might be Humphries in third according to our live timing. But it is a difficult track compared to what we're used to at Three Sisters and Rowell, where the off-road is fairly tame in comparison. But the guys up here at Scottish Supermoto, Jamie Duncan.
There was Ormrod across the line, followed by the 125 Bell Wingate. So it looks like it may have been Tyler Humphries, one of our fallers. There he is, across the line in 4th, and then it should be the 150 of Liam Pearson. We can see him there, making his way around the final corner to take 5th position.
Yeah, like I say, this track then probably one of the more difficult dirt sections that we have, and we put a lot of time and effort into the dirt sections this year, and the crew that have done that, especially up here in Scotland, have enhanced this circuit. But everybody yesterday was saying that the 12 lap races that we had were as long as you would want them, shall we say that. They were all, everybody was glad to see the last lap flag for certain. So first race then in the books. Next up will be our C Group race. We'll get our official results first of all from our academy as the live timing updates. We just have to wait for everybody to come across the line, and then we can bring you those. So interestingly then, as Danielle points out, we look at our splits for the main races, and the C Group race there is in the holding area. And our pole sitter in the C Group race will be the number 8 of Blake Wilson. So he will do double duty from the academy class. There is the is that the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth on the Bathmate Husqvarna. One of our Bathmate guys there, struggling with a few injuries this
we
last
wouldn't
couple of
normally
meetings.
see Jamie in the C's, would we really? I know he took a little bit of a sabbatical for round 3 at Rowrow. We missed him there after he's off at Teesside. But yeah, currently he's going to be starting this race on the front row in 4th. You can see there the 164 of Sean Jones, that Cranked Up Racing team. They've got a nice little YouTube channel going, so worth checking that out.
Yeah, I've had a look at that. That's pretty good. This race brought to you by Contract Solutions. That's the company owned by Jamie Duncan and his father. I imagine Dad owns it, and JD is there doing the work as well. And fantastically complex engineering company that they've got up here in the wilds of Scotland. Some of the best stuff that I've seen, and I'm a bit of an engineering nerd, so I do want to go and have a look around their factory next time we come up. So warm-up lap then, and they are going to be going for, I think this is slated as a 10-lap race.
Yeah, so I think this is just their out lap. They'll grid them up, send them off for an official warm-up lap where they can assess the off-road. No, it's very easy to change. The kids have been out, they've knocked some stones about that weren't there before. They can just assess that, especially for the first lap. Races can be made or broken on that first lap.
As the Simon Wadsworth, one of our Tech Native team, TNL Sports Live, the people that bring you these great pictures that we enjoy here in commentary. And it's been a beautiful weekend so far, and the weather's set fair for today. Clouded over a little bit earlier on, but the shadow showing us that the sun is out in full force. We can only tell you that because we can see it on the screen. We are actually in a broom cupboard in the back of the of race control. There's the Saltire flying, and the Isle of May with the Robert Stevenson lighthouse on it in the background.
But it is the 08 of Blake Wilson, as you said, doing double duty. So back-to-back races, he'll be looking to move up into the Bs for race 2. So our top 2 from this race will move up. I think he'll probably just want a bit more of a break.
He will. Next to him on the grid then, the 99 of Andy Hayes, the man that runs the circuit up there at Oliver's Mount in Scarborough. There's the Kev 63 of Ken Crowlers.
See the 125 of Belle Wingate there on her 85. Alongside her, the 56 of Lily Rhodes on board that KTM 250. So she rode amazingly on that yesterday. So she took a 2nd overall in the Women's Championship. So good going to her.
She did ride really well yesterday, and that's the best I've seen her ride that 250. She's growing into that bike quite nicely now. So Wilson's going to be the man that's got this off-road sorted the best, I would have said. It is kind of, in some respects, it's kind of easier on a little bike because you've got a little bit more room. Nice wheelie through the inside.
Yeah, and they're also a lot lighter, so I think it's got a little bit more flickability with that bike. You can throw it around a little bit more than I'd say these guys can with their 450s.
What he doesn't have, of course, is the ultimate straight line speed, which is where they suffered yesterday. Both him and Tyler Humphries did ride in the other classes. And they were pretty much outgunned in a straight line everywhere else, but they were very, very fast through the twisty bits, which is where the advantage of the smaller bikes is most prevalent. 6 of Dean Clark comes through. Your teammate Andy Goodsall, and then Lily Rhodes.
Yeah.
I think he led a race yesterday, but struggling a little bit with injuries and the like. Just likes to get himself out on track every weekend where he can, and not able to last the full distance at the speed that he was.
Yeah, I think he's waiting on a new knee as well.
Yes, there's lots of that kind of thing in the paddock where people need limbs repairing, etc., etc. There's the 63 Bathmate. I think that is a Honda of Kev Crowthers, new rider this year, ex-motocrosser, enjoying his time in the paddock. So there is Rig on the outside of the front row. Oliver Granger then on position number 3. 2nd on the grid, Andy Hayes, and then on the inside, Blake Wilson. The 21 of Kevin Kate. I think he's another Scotsman. Ollie Sims there on the 73. Sean Jones and the giant of a man, Mike Francis, on the big TM, number 46. He's good value for money. I've never seen a guy make a TM 450 look like an 85. Ricky Grimshaw there at the back of the grid. Brett Barlow got a problem with his start device putting on. He actually had an off in practice, coming off the off-road and on what he was going to be his fast lap. And we'll see if he can come through. He's not getting a lot of look out of. Do you think a bloke is the size of him about to put his own start device on? I'll give him some stick over that a bit later on. But anyway, so this is our C Group race 1 then, and we're just waiting for everything at the front of the grid to get sorted out. Obviously something on the radio to make sure that everybody is in the correct position. And we've got somebody out of position on the grid. That will be why. So we're always. Parts will be getting quite warm. Now that makes a bit more sense. So yeah, Simon Wadsworth there on row 3. Sorry, on the outside of row 2. So that was the problem. So that should be. Mate Barlow still wanting somebody to come and give his hand, put the start device on. So
it might not be your start device. You might just want to chat. Yeah. So. Yeah, my dad has seen him. I think he's just trying to get everyone moved around where they should be. So you can see there how small Lily looks compared to that big 250, bless her.
She's out of position as well. So I think that somebody's got out of position and then everybody else has followed them. Lily's going to jump back on that. Just fire it up and go and turn around and come back to the grid. So
yeah, I think a few people have got mixed up on this grid. Having a nosy. You see there Lily turning round. I mean, they do all get told in the holding area as well.
No overtaking. It is a little bit difficult in the off-road. So
you all get told what position you're starting from and you look for that number on the floor. But I mean, I suppose in a lap and a half it'd be quite easy to forget a single number.
So these bikes will be getting pretty hot on the line now, so we do need to get these underway.
Brett Barlow's going to have a really sore arm from keeping it up for so long, I think.
And yeah, Francis has pulled off that TM now, starting to boil up.
Yep, they're all getting shifted around here. So, taking a look at our YouTube live comments, we've got someone cheering on the Cumbrian one-arm bandit. Also, big up to the Goon Squad race team there. So, missing a few of their riders. I know we've got Dean Hillier, who's in our A race, coming up soon. And someone also letting us know they've got their cheese and crackers ready for a day watching the live stream. So that's nice.
Indeed it is. So, we should be ready to go. There's the big fella, Mark Francis then. So, I think Andy's going to say, right, well, there we are, we're ready to go. And we'll get the green flag. It seems like an eternity here, but it's probably only been about a minute and a half. But we'll get them underway. Bikes will be getting warm. We'll see if Wilson can get the whole shot. Away they go. Oh, let's see.
Rig is always good off the line.
Oh, did he get that? I don't think he did. I think he's been beaten. He has. It's Rig. Jamie Wrigglesworth then will lead them into the off-road for the first time from Wilson, from the 99 of Andy Hayes. Hayes, in fact, makes the pass, but Wilson will nab him in the off-road. Who's that there in fourth? I think that's Oliver Granger.
Yeah, I think we've got Oliver Granger. Andy Hayes looks like he's just gone down on the inside. So all of these riders will now be trying to filter around the outside line on that burn, with Andy managing to tuck the front there. But it looks like it was Granger, followed by Jones. Then I think that was
Ollie Sims next, yes. So Sims then on the 250, another one of our junior riders. And all of these riders then streaming down both sides of this off-road section out into the dust. Oh, Andy Goodsall looking like he might have tweaked a foot there. Yeah. But it is the number 98, Jamie Wrigglesworth, that leads as the field stream over this first tabletop. That's Crowthers. Kevin Kay in there as well. Oh, a bit of a bounce around for the... that was the number 48, I think that was. The rest of the field stream through then. It's a big field. We've got decent grids here at Crail. It's a long way for everybody to come.
There's the 771 of Darryl Brett there, rounding up our group.
So first and second then.
We've got Jamie Wrigglesworth followed by the 186 of Oliver Granger. It looks like they pulled a bit of a gap over Blake Wilson on board that 85. Both of them taking the outside line. Oh no, Granger's gone to the inside.
He's gone over the berm, took the front over the top of the berm. So Wilson will inherit second.
So it looks like he's
Jones third.
Yeah, he's lost about 4 or 5 places there. That looks like the 614 of Mark Adamson there. I believe he's played his double points this weekend as well, being a local man from north of the border.
And obviously Rig just pulled over to the side of the track and let the youngster through, and obviously a thumb injury then for Rig, causing him some discomfort, and he said he was going to give it a try today and see what he could do. He's led a lap, and I think that's as much as he's going to be able to hang on for. He's struggling. So for the second time in 2 races, Wilson leads, spoiling it for everybody. But it just shows you the true pace of our academy class. That's something that the youngsters watching this can see how quick these boys are when they're racing against kids of their own age and size on the same bikes. But when they're put in against the big guys, and obviously this is our lower class of our national championship, so but they more than hold their own. So it does give riders something to aspire to. And Wilson with that massive brake scoop on that KTM. Rig is not letting him get away.
Yeah, Rig, I think, will want to try and make his way up to the Bs for race 2. So with our top 2 moving up, I think he'll want to move up there, whether he's not leading races, or he might want to stay in the Cs and just get more broadcast time. You never know. Yeah,
we couldn't accuse him of that, I'm sure. It looks like Sean Jones is closing in a little bit as well. Granger then recovered to 4th as they went across the line, so if he can get a bit of a wriggle on, he's got a chance of maybe catching up to the back of Jamie Wrigglesworth.
Busy in the mid-pack there. We can see, I think that's Bell Wingate exiting the off-road, followed by Tommy Sayer on board that KTM.
So there's the background shot then, and Wilson is leading. A second place guy though, so there's Wrigglesworth in second, and the battle for 3rd and 4th. That's the 3rd and 4th place battle. So that's Jones and Granger. So Granger will fancy himself. He's already made some decent moves. Again, another new rider who's come to the sport this year a full time and been decent. And like I say, it takes a while to learn the ropes. It's very, very easy to learn the tarmac, but off-road on slicks is something that is a bit of an acquired taste. Notice he did not go to the berm there. He stayed on the flat concrete on the inside. He's going to try and do a sneak down the inside here. And as he's going to try this inside line again, he makes a much better fist of it. Caught a stone though, that kind of took him off balance. And we've got that looks like Kev Crowder's in the background closing in. So all of a sudden then we're going to have a 3-rider battle for 3rd, and this will push those riders forward onto the back of Jamie Wrigglesworth, who at the moment is currently hanging on to 2nd position in more ways than one. That thumb injury then from the Friday test session.
Just looking at our split screen there again, busy through that midfield. We've got, I think there's definitely Bell Wingate there. Just trying to see who it was behind her. So that was Ricky Grimshaw on board that KTM.
Ricky Bobby, he's out there having a play this weekend and enjoying himself. He was struggling to walk yesterday.
And there's the 619 of Brett Barlow. They're taking that inside line. I think that was Gavin Scaife railing it round the outside.
But meanwhile, this battle then between Jones and Granger, that's going pretty well. There's Crowthers, he's on the outside looking in at the moment in 5th position. Jones over the off-road. Crowthers makes a much better fist of it in the background. He is an ex-motocross guy, so this is the bit of the track where you would expect him to take an advantage. Granger then not getting round that corner very well at all, but he's doing the golden rule. He's not following. So if Jones makes a mistake, he's going to be there to take advantage of it and not just pile up behind him. We've seen that happen a couple of times yesterday. But in the meantime, there is the 2nd place man of Wrigglesworth. Jones then closing in. Granger, is he going to go inside here? No, yes he is.
Crowler's closing in on this group now, so it might be a three-way battle there for this third place.
That was a nice pass then. Granger just holding his speed up the face of that tabletop as Jones just chopped the throttle a little bit, and that moves him to third and within striking distance of second place, and a move up to the B group for race 2 for Oliver Granger.
Yeah, great ride from him. I think another rider that's played his double points this weekend as well, so making it up to that B group will make his day a lot easier. Yeah, down the inside, nice easy pass there.
I think Riggs, like I say, just not really. He's just looking up and he knows he's done, I think. But he tried to get some bike time in and see how it goes. And again, as a rider, it's easy to say, well, I'm hurt and I'm not going to ride, but on the way home you're always wondering, well, if I'd have tried, how would it have been? And the number of times we see at any level of professional motorsport that riders who've had massive crashes in practice and stuff, and they've kind of hobbled their way to the bike and then put in a performance that they would normally struggle to do if they were fit, you've got to give it a go, and that's what he's done. So it'll be interesting to see if we see him out later in the day or whether he will call it quits after this one. But Granger will move to second place and move up to the B group, providing he can bring it home. He's already been on the ground once. He's a bit loose as a goose through there as well, isn't he? Just a little bit off balance on the jump, but again, new rider, it'll just take a little bit of time to learn.
You can see there our leader, Blake Wilson, making his way through the hairpin.
He's not that far ahead, is he, really? 7 or 8 seconds. He's not disappeared.
Oh, it looks like, who's that's decided to rearrange our barriers in our new off-road section?
I think that's Kyle Lunsden, the 64.
Yeah, that's Kyle. So it looks like he's taken that outside line a little bit too high and just clipped our barriers, but he's up and okay, so that's good.
It's very easy to do, and like I say, with the visibility in there, maybe not being able to see the stones on the ground, then it's easy to make a mistake. But Jones then also not going to the berm. Crowlers does. He will clear that nicely, and all of a sudden he's putting the pressure on the 164. No overtaking. The yellow flags are out.
Yeah, Crowder's clearing that step up a lot cleaner than what Sean Jones was, so looked like he made up a fair bit of time there.
He's going to drop across the front of him. Jones has got it, shows Crowder's the outside of the track. All
bit
sat
of a moment
up.
there.
Yeah, that was a bit. That got his attention, didn't it? So will Crowder's follow? Will he go to the? He goes to the inside. He's already seen Jones get past here previously. Track narrows down, and yet again another pass. I think that the way that table is angled, I think it's slightly shorter on the inside than it is on the outside, because that is actually kind of on a corner, so you can get away with having a shorter run at it. So Jones drops back to third. Back to fourth. Granger's there in second, and Wilson is leading. Still a few laps left to run down on this one then, but only 5 seconds to Granger now, so whether Granger can start to close down our race leader.
He is currently the fastest rider on track at the moment, so Granger's doing a 1:17.7.
We've got a faller there.
That was our race leader, I believe. That's Blake Wilson.
It is. He's Wilson's down, so our race leader on the floor.
So has he managed to rejoin before Granger's caught up to him? I don't think he has, because that was Granger just going through there.
It
so
is,
that
and
was
that's
like a change for the lead.
So that's Crowlers has gone through as well. So all of a sudden, and this is why he's never over till it's over. So this is our new race leader then, Oliver Granger, on the 186. Wilson has obviously lit the back end up on that 85, trying to get the run over that tabletop, and again Granger just not getting the distance over there. But again, these are our our least experienced riders, expecting them to nail these jumps, lap in and lap out. They're not going to do that, but he's managed to keep the pressure on. Wilson will have seen that he's coming, and so he is going to hopefully hang on to the end of this one. But there's still going to be a couple of laps left, I think. We'll see if we get a last lap flag this time. No, we don't. So still at least 2 laps to go.
I think it might be last lap next time, just keeping an eye on our timing screen. But again, it's Granger there who currently leads, heading into the off-road. Again, not using that inside berm, sticking to the concrete. I have to say that's what I was doing yesterday. There were some stones between the both, so you had to really be definitive on which line you were taking, whether you were taking inside, outside, or just staying flat on the concrete.
He is making hard work of that inside line. But again, maybe he just doesn't fancy the ride up the bank there. You've got to have a bit of speed. Another mistake. So whilst he won't want to give up the win, it's not worth jeopardising falling off. As it stands at the minute, he will start from the back row of the grid in B Group Race 2 later on this afternoon. We'll see whether, again, he just...
yeah, just getting a little bit squirrely on the landing there, isn't he?
I think with jumping, especially with newer riders, it's easy where you get in the air and then you kind of freeze a little bit and wait to land, and by not moving your body in the air, the bike can just go where it wants. You watch Crowlers in the background, he's much better at getting that done. Obviously got much more off-road experience. Barlow looking over his shoulder. So there is the last lap flag for our race leader, Ollie Granger. Again, this corner does not look fast on camera, but it is. You stand on the inside of that, and they are going past at a lick. Our A group guys then footrests on the ground, scraping away. It's going to be exciting stuff when we get to see those guys at full speed. But here is on his final lap. Oh, Granger, he's nearly down again. In fairness to him, he's managed to gap. So okay, so I think that what happened is with our race leader going down with a lap to go, we've missed him. So that'll be why they're expecting Blake Wilson to come down, and he crashed on the final lap. So so it is a win then for Granger. Crowders will be second.
Yeah, so Granger won't even know he's won just yet.
No, he won't. Well, you think he's still got another lap to go. But yes, so that is a result. With Wilson crashing on that penultimate lap, he's not come round as expected, and as a result, Granger inherits the lead. Obviously missed the last lap flag.
So yeah, there is Blake Wilson and Ollie Sims.
A lot of action in that one, and a lot of carnage as well, but everybody up and okay, which is all that matters. So we'll wait for our official race results to appear on screen, confirm that from our timing. But that is our British Supermoto Championship Race C, brought to you by Contract Solution Decision Engineers here in Cooper in Fife. As I said before, beautiful part of the world. Look out there over the Firth of Forth. And there's our results then. Well, nearly our results. I'm still waiting for they populate off our live timing, so if that doesn't ping over quick enough, we've got nothing to infill our graphics. So our race lengths then being confirmed for the date. That's our B group in the holding area. That's the old Crail aerodrome there in the background. Rusting hooker buildings and stuff, but we are right on the east coast of Scotland, about 10 minutes from St Andrews. Our next race then brought to you by Race IQ, British Supermoto B. And
so
will be a 10 lapper, RBs.
Yeah, we've got 10 laps for our B riders today.
C group race then 9 laps. It's been shortened from yesterday with
so we're going to have the number 55 of Jack Nation on pole for this one. No, he had a bit of an off yesterday. I think he missed race 3.
Yes.
But yeah, good to see him back out there. So he'll be followed by the Trips UK rider of Paul Groom, and then it's the RWJ Honda of Seth Gibson. He'll be in 3rd, and then the Bathmate rider of 255 Kyle Eccleston rounding out that front row.
Last rider out on circuit, and the local man Duncan Wright then on the 111 KTM.
Yeah, he's done well to make it into the split for the B group. Good ride from him.
Certainly has. We'll look forward to seeing what he can do. But, those guys then just out on their sight lap at the moment. They're just making their way to the grid. They will get their full sight lap around the circuit to enable them to get used to the changes that have happened with the off-road section since they were out in practice.
So that was the 151 of Blaine Pearson there, just trying to pop a wheelie for the fans.
He was busy yesterday.
Yeah, did I see he had an issue with the bike?
He did. He broke the rear subframe bolt, which then obviously means
Dropped
that
the whole back end
drops
down.
the whole back end of the bike. So very much a repair job last night, fixing the subframe, fixing the exhaust, all of the other things that ended up getting very badly bent.
Yeah, everything that goes along with it. One thing snaps and has that knock-on effect. There's the 944 of Mark Stevens on board that Husqvarna. And there behind him we've got the 323 of Scott Wright. So honourable mention for him. He made his return to Rowra after several years away from the sport. He's riding fab this weekend. Cracking start from him. So he rode really well yesterday. He was our rider of the day at Rowra. And again, to put it into the B group after a few years away. So great from him.
So just trying to catch up with the results then of our C group race, but not able to pick that up on the live timing link either on my phone. So that'll be why our graphic didn't populate. But it was a win then for Oliver Granger with Kev Crowthers in second position. Those guys will go up to B group. Sean Jones then third, Blake Wilson then in fourth. We've got a rider down in
That's Mark Stevens, and he's walked away. So
yeah, he looks like he's took a bit of a digger.
Yeah, he has, unfortunately. So hopefully Mark's all right.
So Kev Kate and Mark Adamson, the top six. And we will likely have a delay at the start of this one then, while we see what happened to the 944 of Mark Stevens. Did not see what occurred there, but I just saw that he was on the floor. So it might be a bit of a delay as the riders come. There's the 101 of Neil Meelan, the number 111 of Duncan Wright, and 323 of Scott Wright. So if we can get that rider to walk off the circuit, we will be good to go. We'll just see whether that is going to be the case or not. We will wait. So obviously we've got our all of our clerks of the course and marshals out there all hooked up by radio, so we're hearing the chatter in our earpieces as to what is going on in the background. So we'll wait for a call from them. There's the 138 of Paul Groom then looking around. He's starting from the front row of this B Group Race 1, brought to you by Race IQ. If you log on to the Race IQ website, they have a launch date planned for not too long in the future, and you'll be able to download all of your race information across multiple platforms in one place. So get yourself logged into the launch date for that one. But, yeah, we've got a bit of a delay. So Jack Nation there on pole. He's been good value for money for the last couple of years. He's been a good rider. Wouldn't normally have expected him to have qualified into the A's, but he's held off yesterday and just a little bit under the weather this morning. So he's on the front row of the B's from the 138 of Paul Groom, the 188 of Seth Gibson, and the 255 Mathmate Husqvarna of KTM of Carl Eccleston. Then it's Pearson, Craig Forshaw. There it is. That is Mark Stevens. That looks like a wrist injury. He's there with our race director David Dearden. So there's Pearson, the 58 of Craig Forshaw, his teammate on the Honda. Not quite sure who that was the other side of him. And then it looks like James Wood. And then Ollie Ross, the racing and cruising Honda, the local man. Yeah,
he had a good ride at Rowra as well. And now coming up here to his home circuit. Expecting big things from Oliver Ross on board that Honda. So we'll have to keep an eye out on him.
The 51 of Jason Slater then. The back end of the grid. He's again another rider that he had a few issues yesterday. Had a massive lump on his arm where he got clattered in turn 2.
Yeah, I didn't hear him getting much sympathy though from his Trips UK teammates. So, but I think he's all right. He's fit enough to ride today. He
does get slaughtered, bless him, and but yeah, he's okay. And I did see it, and he did take a massive whack. Did very, very well to stand on. Wave there from Duncan Wright. So we'll just go through the race results then officially of race 1 of our C Group race. Supermoto Academy. Blake Wilson then won that one from Archie Ormrod Isabel Wingate in 3rd, Tyler Humphries 4th, Liam Pearson 5th, Max Rhodes in 6th, Leon Tull 7th, Innes O'Donnell 8th, Ed Darnton 9th, and Ollie Ross 10th. So that is the official results then of our Supermoto Academy race. We'll get the C Group race official when they get signed off. And they've come through as well. You're on fire here. So Oliver Granger then taking the win from Kev Crowthers. Those guys will both move up to the B Group for their second race of the day, which means that the C Group race, Sean Jones, Blake Wilson, Kev K and Mark Adamson will be your front row for that one.
Looks like they're all starting to get geared up. Goggles are going back on. It's also worth shouting out our timing girls as well. So they're up in the office. They've been doing signing on since Friday night.
They've been busy all weekend.
We've got Laura, Harriet and Wendy. They've all been kept very busy.
Here we go then. We're straight away. Let's see who got the drop. Away they go then. It's Nation that leads then. The road racer style, son of factory Norton road racer Trevor Nation. And we had Trevor out. He was out here on the track day on Friday. That was great to see.
It was.
So Jack then from Groomy, Paul Groom on the 138. Blaine Pearson there also. Good pass from around the outside. That looks like that's the 82 of James Wood.
Yeah, Woody with plenty of off-road
it's Eccleston.
experience.
It's the 255 of Eccleston. Another Bathmate rider. And then it's Pearson. So onto the back straight for the first time. The 55 of Jack Nation then. He will lead into the second off-road as the rest of the riders fire down that back straight. I'll start from Paul Groom. He will want to get his elbows out. He may find his way into the A group. He makes a really nice job of that tabletop.
Yeah,
There's Gibson right down tight on the inside. There's actually an inside line that's not the berm there. I did not realise that. A swept clean line which I had not seen.
Yeah, so it is sort of like broken concrete on there. With all this dust it can be a bit slippy from experience yesterday. That looks like, is that the number 10 of Paul Reynolds there?
Yeah, he's just there behind the 211 Trips Husky of Chris Lambourne. But this is the battle at the front then. Paul Groom all over the back of Jack Nation now. I would expect Groomy to go wide. Ranning does indeed. He fires into the outside line. Is he going to try and get down the inside? Don't think he's going to manage it. Is he going to go the inside? No, he's not. Yes, he is. He's going to try the inside line. Bit of a brake turn. But not able to carry the speed. They've just started to break away from the 255 of Eccleston by a few bike lengths. I don't expect that Groomy's going to do anything for Jack Nation on the tarmac, but he's certainly going to cover that deficit off in the off-road.
Yeah, so looking there down the pack, that's the 51 of Jason Slater, followed by the 97 of Dax Almond, and I think that was the 117 of Dave Spafford, so he's currently sat in 18th.
Spafford out there on a new bike this weekend, the very trusty and ancient CRF that he's campaigned for the last God knows how many years, finally been traded for a newer Honda. Here goes Groomy down the inside, not quite.
I know you said he wouldn't have much for him on the tarmac, but it looks like that's where he's actually closed the gap.
It does, doesn't it? So, but again, a bit battered and bruised, Jack Nation. Oh, he's lost the front a little bit there. Here comes Groomy. Is he going to make the pass? He is.
Yeah, down the inside there, and like you say, it's a bit of a kink there, so not much Jack could do. Groomy got that front wheel just where it needed to be able to make the pass, and again taking that berm. I think he'll take the outside here, being able to carry that speed. Yeah, and then able to do the double over that little bit of a mini jump and then round back onto the tarmac. Not much Jack could do there. No,
he will have otherwise the size of dinner place there as he started to lose the front. And Groomy will probably have had probably similar thing, because obviously if Jack slides off there, he's going to take up a lot of the track. But that was a real good save then by Jack Nation. So Groomy goes to the outside. Our third place rider then is closing in a little bit. So Eccleston on the Bathmate KTM, he's still there in the background. He had a decent day yesterday. I think he had a decent day at Rowler as well. So has Jack Nation, that number 55 Husky, has he got anything to fire back at the 138 Trips KTM of Paul Groom?
Paul with a bit of a gap, but definitely nothing like a comfortable lead just yet as they head now into the off-road. So I think Groomy will take that inside line. Yep, not even using the berm though, so again on that concrete at the bottom, clearing that step down and round. Jack's still within touching distance of Groomy here, so he's not losing all that much time. Oh, he's
Groomy
down.
goes down.
Oh, nowhere
Jack goes
for
down
Jack
as
to
well.
go.
They're both down. Got some yellow flags there.
Yeah, Jack going over there to see if Groomy's all right.
He is
Good
okay. He's up on his
sportsmanship.
feet, so
Yeah, that was a bit of a digger. Yeah, Jack making sure that all them riders move out the way. We've got dust here, so we'll just make sure that these riders all get through safely. Yeah,
So-
a lot of riders stopping there.
yeah,
so
looks like we've got
a race stop.
we've got a red flag there. So that's well, just goes to show Paul Groom was doing everything right until he wasn't, and he's spied into that bank. Looks like maybe he just hit a rock or just spun the rear up as he took off. So we will likely get a restart of this one. We'll just wait for our medics to attend. Not had a lot to do this weekend, but out on track they will come.
Wonder if they'll take the racing line.
I don't know. So that was it was a bit of an unfortunate off there for Paul Groom. He just came out of that off-road, that hairpin. We've got the Bathwaite replate. They're already on the floor. So Eccleston's through there, comes Pearson.
Yeah, great sportsmanship though from Jack. Straight up to try and make sure Groomy was all right.
So if that's a restart, then I don't know whether I'll take that back a lap. Whether Paul is able to. He looks like he's up on his feet in the background there. So whether the bike is in any condition to do that, we'll have to re-rack them and go again. Only 3 laps in the book, so it's not been run far enough to be called a result. So we will leave that to our colleagues in the office next door to decide whether it's a complete restart or not. So here we come then. Groomy comes out the corner and he knifed the front on the way in. He lost the front on the way up there, and Jack Nation had absolutely nowhere to go.
Yeah, he's got no luck, unfortunately, hasn't Nation. Absolutely nothing he could have done there.
And obviously we're looking down the dust there. It's not quite as bad as it looks, but it's still not brilliant. But the breeze doing everything it can to take it away. I was looking at what's going on in the background. We've got a medic just walking in. We've got a rider walking out, which I think will be
that's Nation.
Will that be? That looks like that is Jack Nation. So we will. We've just got a little bit of a break then, and we can. We're going to have a look and see what we've got on our socials. The people that are following us on YouTube.
So over on YouTube at the moment, we've got someone cheering on Blaine Pearson. Also looking out for Keith Edwards, saying they've not seen much carnage. Yeah, Keith out. He's been back after a long time off.
Yeah,
so good to see him out there.
And we are saying it does sound off, but there's lots of people who've watched this on, come and watch the live stream and like, hey, do you know what? I've still got a bike in the garage. I'll come and have another go. And we have seen quite a bit of that. But currently, then, red flags are out while we assess our injured riders. And like I say, I think that it looks like Jack Nation then just riding in. So he will. Don't know what the rules are. He's an innocent bystander in that, so he would be allowed to restart. If Paul, whether Paul is fit to ride or not, we will have to wait and see. He will have to get the nod from our medics to say whether he's okay to ride or not. But I would imagine that if he was allowed to restart, he might end up finding himself on the back of the grid. But that is not my decision to make. That is something that is in the rules, and we will obviously have that covered off. But the riders then will come back, they will grid up, and I would imagine that once we get the all clear, we will send them off on another warm-up lap and get them underway for the remainder of this. And I would expect it to be a 5 or 6 lap rerun of this race. I would not expect that it would run the full distance.
Yeah, all these riders now sat out in that baking sun. You can see there's barely a cloud in the sky. I'm fairly sure they're all going to be absolutely roasting in those leathers on hot bikes. So I think they'll all just be cutting engines, having a little bit of a breather, try and get that heart rate down. We could see there we had Neil Meelan. He was currently sat in 13th before our race stoppage, so good ride from him up in the B's. He's one of our Goon Squad riders. I feel like we're missing quite a few this weekend. We've got a couple. We're missing both May Chalice and Farron Young. I think they decided to skip this one. May is actually going to be playing at Glastonbury, so she didn't want to tempt any fate.
Yeah, I can honestly say that if I got the chance to play at Glastonbury, I would not be here racing Supermoto at Crail. So, but yeah, so props to her. And,
yeah, good luck to her. I'm sure she'll absolutely smash it.
Yeah, she's. So there's Groomy, and looks like he's taking a bit of a bash on the bugle. Bless him. So he led away, but that was a crash out of nothing, and it just goes to show you that it's very, very easy. He just knifed the front as he went he got on the throttle, and the front just slid away, and then bang, and then lock to lock, and he's off. So he's not going to take any part in the restart on this one, which kind of simplifies the issue a little, because obviously he is the cause of the stoppage, and the rules normally would state that if you're the cause of the stoppage, then you don't get to restart. But so Nation then will sit on pole. There'll be no space on the. It looks like they're going to grid them up in the order that they originally started, with the space on the front row for Paul Groom, but hopefully he'll be okay. He's walking wounded, he's a tough old boy, and he will just hopefully be a little bit knocked about, but he did take a bit of a digger, and in fairness to Jack Nation, he did everything that he could to try and avoid him, but there's no as you can imagine, there's not a lot of brakes on dust on
and
these
I think
slicks.
he did hit more of Groomy's bike.
He did.
So I don't feel like he ran into him. Groomy had done that one by himself, unfortunately. So Jack's back up and okay, so it looks like he bounces quite well, which is lucky.
It is. It could have been worse for him.
Yeah.
So Pennington comes through, takes his position, then it will be Woody, and then we will get them back underway. Whether we get another sight lap, I don't know. That is down to our clerk of the course, who will make that call. But yeah, so just waiting then for the nod, and obviously everything will just roll on a little bit later than advertised. So this is live motorsport, and as a result we will we have to deal with these things. The bike then being pushed back. There's that looks like there's the other half Sam then with these helmets, so she's obviously in attendance, and he looks like he's walked his way to the ambulance.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be getting looked after as best as possible, but we'll wait for these guys to get restarted. They might give them another warm-up lap, just so they can find their feet, make sure they've got warm tyres. I don't think it'd be too much of an issue in these conditions.
Definitely not. But having said that, you don't want to be blasting off onto that very, very fast right left-hand start. Having sat for 5 minutes and let the tyres go cold is a consideration. There is our race director David Eden down there making sure that everybody's aware what is going on. There's the Prof Chris Lambourne, that's one of the teammates of Paul Groom, along with Jason Slater. So engines being fired up again then for us to get back underway. Seth Gibson on the RWJ Honda, and Craig Forshaw, so he's going to have a hole to go into there. So here we go then. We're getting some.
So we'll keep an eye out on our timing screen just so we can see how many laps this restart's going to be. So we've got a bit of an idea how long. I don't think it'll be full race distance. I don't think it'll be a full restart. But here they are heading out for a second warm-up lap. Just gives them time to warm up those tyres, take another look at the off-road. There shouldn't be really any differences.
Yeah, it's more a case of just getting the bikes back up to working temperature, and we'll get them underway. Nations decided to go into the off-road, which I think he was more than entitled to do. But anyway, so he will come back to the grid. Everybody else has gone around there. So there will be an instruction that will have been given, and somebody will. So this is where he went down, and he will probably want to ride through that just to. So he's not approaching it as the last time he looks around to see where everybody else is.
They've all gone.
Yeah, they're already there. So he will come. He will come to the grid. And the beauty of not riding the off-road sections on the warm-up lap is that you get to the grid with clean tyres. And Jack cuts out the second dirt section there in the background. We can see our other cameraman in the background, camera lady. We've got We've got 3 cameras out there this afternoon, and also a roving camera, so our camera crew doing a great job, our TNL Sports crew bringing you these fantastic live pictures of quality.
And if you're not already, do make sure that you have subscribed to TNL Sports on YouTube. So they're always posting not just racing from ourselves, but other championships. And you can also keep an eye on what's coming up next. So we've got round 5 in a couple of weeks' time. I think it's the 13th and 14th of July at Three Sisters. So worth subscribing so you don't miss any of the action.
And there is Jack Nation on the Nation Racing Husqvarna. And not sure whether he's still eligible for our under-21 championship at the moment. Jack Nation. I know he's not. He's still pretty young.
Yeah, I believe he is. I believe he is still in our under-21s championship. There's Craig Forshaw on board that Automotive Solutions Honda. Got to make sure that it's definitely a Honda.
I'll get slated for that. Something terrible, and rightly so.
And
I should know this
teammate
stuff.
Darryl Pennington asking what's going on.
Yeah.
Alongside him, bathmate rider of James Wood on board that Husqvarna. So it looks like we're all getting ready now. Can hear rage engines just starting to rev up.
Yeah. So we wait then for the lights to go on and go out, and we will be underway for the restart of this first B group race. As far as the race length is concerned, your guess is as good as mine, so we will keep an eye open. It's saying 7 laps to go on our race timing, on live timing on Speed Hive, so we will take that as our gospel. But obviously we will have to see what our captioning brings up.
Nicely over the step up from Jack Nation there, taking that outside line to be able to carry the speed to be able to do that double. But yeah, looks like he's cleanly through the off-road for the first time. So it's Nation followed by Eccleston, and I think that was then Pearson.
A decent start for Blaine Pearson. Let's not forget, Danielle, that as dusty as that off-road is, we had an absolute deluge here overnight on Friday night. I can attest to the fact that it rained pretty much on and off all Friday night. A lot of moisture fell here.
Now looking at it, you could be in Spain.
You could be in Spain, yeah. We could be anywhere. We could be at Alcaraz or any of the Spanish tracks. But here we are. We're on the northeast coast of Scotland. Like I say, about 20 minutes from the famous golf course at St Andrews.
But it is Nation that's managed to convert that front row start into a hole shot. So he comes round, and I believe they are just continuing. So they've got 6 laps to go. It's Nation followed by Eccleston. He's pulled out a bit of a gap now as we head into the off-road section. Eccleston again taking that inside. It looked like Blade tried to run round the outside of that berm, closing up a little bit there as well.
Blaine will fancy himself as a go for the A group. Let's not forget, so Nation had a tumble yesterday, and he's also been on the ground in this one, so he'll be feeling second hand and having to do everything that he can to try and hold off the 255 of Eccleston, who is going to know that he's going to be closed down from behind, because he knows that there's 5 or 6 riders in there who are more than capable of running the same lap times. So we will know that with the splits that we've got, there's 5 or 6 riders that are capable of making the A group on any given day. Pennington there, back there in 4th, but it is Blaine Pearson. He did have a good day yesterday, and he's all over the back of the 255 of Eccleston as they come to the conclusion of this the second lap of the restart of this British Championship B group race, brought to you by Race IQ.
So that's what threw me off yesterday with Blaine wearing, I think it's a set of borrowed leathers there with the number 10 on the back. I think that's Automotive Solutions team boss Paul Reynolds. Did throw me a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, and also the rider behind him, Darryl Pennington, he's on one of his bikes as well, so he's got the number 10 on that. So everything that he owns is in this race, I think, with Paul Reynolds. Reynolds riding obviously the ex-British Championship winning bike of Chris Hodgson, who he sponsored last year. He's on that one, and
currently sat in 8th at the moment, so good ride from him. He's just behind the 82 of James Wood.
So everything he owns is in the top 10. And obviously that bike that Pennington is on is borrowed. He didn't manage to get the engine rebuilt in time from Rara, waiting for parts unfortunately. So as always with the Supermoto paddock, someone will step in with equipment.
Looked like that was the 111 of Duncan Wright trying to take that inside line, but Michael Craig able to shut the door on the exit of the off-road.
So Jack Nation not getting away, and Eccleston got his head down. Wayne Pearson, to say that bike yesterday was in 1,000 pieces at the end of the race. The rear end of the bike virtually down on the tyre where the rear subframe had collapsed. That's where we saw Nation make the mistake in the first one, where he pushed the front and allowed Paul Groom to take the lead. But it was short-lived, unfortunately. Nice. Eccleston got that absolutely inch perfect.
And there's only just over a second covering our top three, so a mistake from either of these riders could mean that Pearson jumps from third to first.
So Forshaw is in fifth, Seth Gibson in sixth, but they're going to have nothing to say about the battle at the front here. So Nation then, again, this will be a nice corner. You can come down, get it on the brakes, get the bike a little bit sideways. Go from left to right, it's what Supermoto is all about.
And there is our Automotive Solutions team boss, followed by the 51 of Jason Slater, the Trips UK rider. And there was, I believe that was Ollie Ross on that racing and cruising Honda, making his way through there.
So Slater having a decent ride in this one. He was right to the back of the grid, so 10th from there. That's a really good run for him. Eccleston then just able to concentrate on the chase of the leader. He's not now under pressure from Blaine Pearson.
See how busy it is in the mid-pack, so that's from about 6th down to, I'd say, around 11th, 12th. Really busy through there. And it looks like, is that... Yeah, that's Craig Forshaw there, trying to put some pressure on teammate Darrell Pennington, so he's closed that gap up. See him following there around the outside of our berm, over the double.
Yeah, it looked like he didn't quite get over that as he would have liked. And then, as you can see, these guys getting quite a lot of dirt on the tyres as they're coming down. They're tipping into this corner here, this left-hander with completely dirty tyres, and obviously all of that dust lingering on the track, although the wind is doing a good job of blowing a lot of it away.
Our split screen there showing the leader of this pack being the 51 of Jason Slater, so he's picked off quite a few positions here, and it looks like Ollie Ross making a pass on Dax Almond there.
So Nation now a good 10 bike lead. He's not under pressure. I think Pearson is he's looking at that second place, thinking that he's going to need to do something.
That was a pass from Neil Meelan on our split screen on Automotive Solutions rider Paul Reynolds. So good pass from him over that tabletop, like you said, that shorter line on the inside.
I'm not sure that we didn't get the last lap flag there. You know, we only get that. We only get a very, very fleeting view of Andy with the flag as they went past. And looking at how many laps we've done, whether that 8 is counting from what we did earlier on, or is we started from scratch. We'll keep an eye open for that as they go across the line next time by. But Eccleston now broken away from Pearson, and he is putting pressure on Jack Nation. Is he going to go to the inside? No, he's not. He's going to follow. And Eccleston's been decent through the off-road. Looks like where he's making his passes and making his time up, and he is closing in on the back of the 55 as this race runs down.
That was a pass from the 311 of Jake Sayer on Jason Slater, so he then took that outside line and was able to carry a bit more speed. So good pass from him, taking him up to 8th.
Let's see if we've got a last lap flag this time. We have, so last lap flag from Andy. Thank you very much to our cameraman for picking that one up, or should I say camera lady, because I think that's one of our young ladies down there doing that one. So we pick up the last lap flag, and
yeah, it's a now or never move from Kyle Eccleston if he's looking to make a pass on this lap. Jack will be trying to make himself as wide as possible, so again taking that outside line, but Kyle all over the back of him here.
The thing with Kyle, I'll say he has a record, that sounds horrible, but just every now and again he ends up where, for instance, Nation will make a mistake and he'll clip the back of him and end up not going through. So I think Kyle just needs to sit there and take the second place that he's been given. He's only got a quarter of a lap or so left to go, and he'll move up back to the A group. He was there all day yesterday, and he did have a decent day here. I think he had a reasonable day at Rara as well.
I think he's settling for second here. He's not as close as he was through that first off-road, so looking like with these final few corners to go, you can see just how dirty those tyres are even on this infield section. it will be the number 55 of Jack Nation heading round now for final time to take the checkered flag, followed by the 255 of Kyle Eccleston. Then it's Blaine Pearson, Darrell Pennington and Craig Forshaw.
So that's our B Group race 1 eventually in the books. After that race stoppage for an off Fort Paul groom, we'll go and check out the Trips.uk rider in our break coming up after our next race on track, which will be our first British Championship A Group race of the day, and we'll see what's occurred there, whether he's going to be out there for the next race or not, what kind of state the bike is in. But yeah, victory then for Jack Nation, and he took the fastest lap as well, 1:12.8 from Eccleston, Pearson, Pennington, Craig Forshaw, Seth Gibson in 6th, James Wood 7th, Jake Sayer 8th, Jason Slater a great 9th, and Neil Meelan in 10th. Chris Lambourne then, he came across the line in 11th. That's him in shot there on the Trips.uk Husqvarna. And there is the 111 Duncan Wright, local man. He may have had a problem, he had an off yesterday, so he's a little bit second hand as well. So here we have then our A Group riders. There is the 217 of Richard Sharp. He will be starting from the front row of our Trips.uk British Supermoto A Race 1 coming up next here on TNL Sports. That looks like the 79 then of Peter Bennett, BBR Husqvarna rider. So Jamie Duncan will be on pole from Richard Sharp, Chris Hodgson, Jay Smith on the front row. There is the 817 of Harley Sharp. That's the son of Richard. So both of those guys having a great qualification, and Harley qualifying in 10th. I think that's probably one of his best qualifying of the year, or if it's not, it's very close to. And there is Trips.uk boss Chris Walker on the MTR KTM. He and Jay Smith then investing in the some of the best equipment available in this paddock, and as Walker said, the bike just does so many things that he's struggled to do. Dean Hillier then, Lagoon Squad rider from down there in Bournemouth. He was decent yesterday as well. They've been chasing some mechanical issues on that bike over the weekend, but he still put some good results in. There is Andy Mitchell on the Bathmate KTM, the godfather of Supermoto. And no, that's it.
It looks like Kyle Eccleston's bike getting wheeled into the holding area then.
I wonder if somebody's getting a run out on that one. There's the 234 of Scott Murray. He qualified ended up qualifying I think 4th or 5th. So we will go from row 2, the 110 of Racing and Cruising's Chris Eastwood there in the background. There's Jamie Duncan. He will be wanting a race win. The Fat and Fast Racing man, I say 15 minutes up the road, he got to sleep in his own bed every night this weekend. He's the new dad, as is Chris Hodgson. He's become a dad since the last time we saw these guys on screen. There is Oliver Holmes then, also another man from this neck of the woods, a man originally from the Channel Islands, now living up here.
Yeah, also worth mentioning, both these two have played their Joker for round 4 here up at Crail, so with it being their home track, Jamie there winding him up. And there is Lee Williams, Husqvarna there.
Yeah, the high-tech coatings Husky. The man been away from the paddock for a long time, been off on a road racing journey, but he's back with us now. And talking to Dad Keith yesterday, he's very much enjoying being here in the British Supermoto paddock. The quality of the racing, the enjoyment level, and the camaraderie, something that he's been said has been missing in the road racing world. So he's glad to be back with us. And there is Chris Hodgson, our 17 or 18 time champion. TM leads UK 450 TM with Davide Mastro, then team boss there.
Yeah, Hodgson not had a race win yet so far this weekend. Was close to one in race 3 yesterday. He definitely closed the gap down to Scott Murray in that final race. Jay Smith looked like he was struggling a little bit yesterday. Not sure about bike setup. They know that bike's really, really fast. And they've been really happy with it so far.
He was really happy. Jay was okay. He's happy with the way he's riding. He's not getting giddy. So
There we go. So they've come down to do their podium, just to get some nice pictures.
So that's Carl Eccleston then, with a couple of youngsters, and there is Blaine Pearson. And obviously missing Jack Nation, he's gone back to the pits.
Yeah, Jack probably heading back to have a bit of a rest up before race 2.
There is Dougie Cunningham then, the man that has been not ridden for 9 years and come back to race. So it looks like we're going to have a bit of a delay for whatever reason. Our A group guys then leaving the holding area. We'll try and update you as soon as we know what is going on from our race control. So there's the 217 of Richard Sharp, and just looking down at Son Harley's bike. So okay then, so bit of background information then. We've got 2 injured riders that need a little bit of dealing with, so we're going to take our lunch break early, and we will be back with our A group. Obviously that's our schedule as it stands at the moment, but that will be pushed out a little bit, so we're probably going to have 25 minutes or so break, and we will be back with A group race 1, and we're going to take an early lunch. We'll give our medics just a chance to deal with the 2 injured riders that we've had so far this morning. So we will be back on air very, very shortly, so maybe 25 minutes or so, and we will be back with British Championship Supermoto A Race 1. Like I say, I don't think that is that's still our main, that's the original schedule, so we're going to be running probably about 30 minutes behind with that one. I think the timings will remain the same, but we will come back with a different race. So we will look forward to seeing you in about 25 to 30 minutes time, and you can join us for the initial race of our action here from round 4 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship here at Crail.
And while we take our break, make sure that if you're not already...
It's been a busy morning. It's been a very busy morning. In fact, I'm going to have to do this again because I've not got my Trips kit on. The first round of the British Championship today, had national yesterday. Goal for the season was to get top 10 in C. Got second in C yesterday. And also to get to qualify for a B race. So basically, today's goal is to qualify for a B race. You proud of your Superpole dad?
Yeah, obviously. Alex, so well done.
Where did you qualify?
5 it is. Get in.
I need to stop swearing. They're about putting all the beeps in.
More it for yourself.
I just messed up in the dirt a bit, but still got in the 120. It's just a bit tight with everyone, so I'm happy with 5th. Bike's a lot stiffer, we've got the short, it's a lot shorter, it's perfect for Supermoto. Get it out of the factory and it's there to go.
Good advert, they're going to like you.
They'll like
Sweaty boy now. That was the first British Championship race. Oh, gotta stop swearing. I didn't put my GoPro on. So we don't have my first British Championship race. So we just have a black frame now to denote the morning of my first British race.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound.
What are you doing?
I'm doing BTS.
Filming the filming. This is the BTS. It's the BTS of the beat.
This is the BTS.
Behind the behind the scenes things. It's the BT-BTS. Pete's filming the BT-BTS. Qualified 11th and I finished 6th. Top 2 go up. That'll put me in 4th on the grid for the next race. So play nice, as Miss Koenig says, and see what happens. But nice to move up into the beast today.
Oh, Wadsworth has a look. Is that going to be enough? It is. He's going to come down the inside here. Here we go. Is he going to make it happen? He has. A brilliant pass from Wadsworth. Seen him do this half a dozen times yesterday with the riders not of the calibre of Andy Hayes, but that was a proper good pass. Wadsworth takes the victory.
On this occasion, it doesn't really matter whether I film this bit or not, because I won, so I'll actually be on the broadcast. Went round the outside of everybody on the first corner, went from 4th to 1st, got 1st. I definitely counts the top 10 seats. And I've qualified for the B race this afternoon, so I'll be at the back. It'll be a learning experience, it'll be a baptism of fire. I'm a happy chappy. How you feeling?
Shattered. Happy, but shattered. Glad to get this last one over and done with.
Yeah, I kind of feel a bit like that now. I'm just going to take it steady.
That's not the racing's instinct.
no,
You've got to go for it.
I mean, I'll go for it. You know I will. As soon as it starts, I'm like...
As soon as lights turn out. Now, we've all had a good weekend, haven't we?
Yeah.
Made some big gains on, you know, all of us. Just told me to drop my forks through a little bit. I'll get in Chapter in second race. First race, drop my forks and just sign a bit. Made a difference.
Where are you qualified for the last one?
12th.
That's
12th.
good.
Yeah, I'm more than happy. 10th and 12th.
You're 12. Third on the grid.
Me, Chris and Harley are all joint first in the clubman going into the last race.
Oh, what?
So you can go, you know what's going to happen.
Gently, gently.
Reverse grid for the next one.
Exciting. Where does that put you? 8th?
7th.
7th.
Yeah. I'm sort of debating whether to use a line that I haven't used all weekend in the first.
Well, you can tell me what it is, because no one's going to see this till afterwards, so it's fine.
I ain't got a clue myself yet. Second in race 1, second in race 2. We was leading the race 2, so about 3 laps for the end. We had a puncher.
Oh, I did not know you had a puncher.
Went down, it's just a slow one. When we got back, it was about 10, 15 psi.
Oh.
So that's my excuse.
It's a good excuse. There's a reason, not an excuse.
Touch wood. We shall see.
That is the face of a tired man.
Tired.
I am so tired. I sat down in the caravan, put my leathers on, and I was like, oh god, not on Paulus, please.
Should be all the way around anyway, you're the race winner.
Yeah, well, I was excited, super excited, and then as it tailed off, I was like, oh god, so brutal. Good race though.
Yeah.
Yeah, like did him on the last corner, like second to last. Well, good. How was yours?
Better than the first one.
Okay.
Yeah, better start. Just had Harley to pass. Then I got passed by a few. So,
Where'd you end up?
9th.
It's good. Top 10 in the A's is mega.
Yeah.
So whatever he did round those first couple of corners was unbelievable. There's Eccleston up to 5th. There's Brough Lambourne. There's Slater. He was at the back of the grid. Now this is Wadsworth then and Andy Hayes. They fought to the death like this on the previous race. And the last time it looks again like Wadsworth is just going to sneak on us on that Trips.UK KTM across the line from Andy Hayes. But they will both have enjoyed that. Pearce is already up to 2nd.
Yep.
4 feet off the pegs for Bennett. But it is Richard Sharp then at the front from the number 4 of David Pearce. Now, is he going to go? 3rd place is Mulaney. Oh, massive moment from Richard Sharp.
He is.
Oh, he's going to come back underneath him. Oh, that was
What a move.
That was a move. Pierce is going to be it. Richard Sharp had a moment coming out of Luna, and this is going to be it. Down the front straight away. Oh, he lays it across the front. Is he going to shut the door? Yes, he is. The run for Pierce down the inside. Sharp is having none of it again. Past that commentary box for the final time. And it does look like the 217 of Richard Sharp on the Trips.uk KTM at Husqvarna, will give that team the A final victory, and well deserved.
Yeah! Yeah! Well done, Sharp. 5 miles.
Thanks. I'm happy to be here for the first time in British Championship. Really nice organization, many riders. We had a good weekend.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
Chris wanted to say big thanks for you being here.
No, thank you, guys. It was fun for me.
And thanks for sorting my suspension out. Thanks for showing me the launch.
Now you can win.
Yeah, no, I did. I won it.
Super.
You don't have the price, bitch.
Spent how much?
Yeah,
Fat bitch.
we'd be friends.
My go-to McDonald's would be double quarter pounder
Yeah, strong.
with extra cheese.
Solid.
Take the gherkin off.
Ooh, controversial.
Yeah, that's green stuff. Don't go for good for you.
And then what? You don't have any chips or anything?
Yeah, a meal. Cost a meal.
Drink. Yeah.
Coffee at night, or either a strawberry milkshake or a Sprite.
I have 20 chicken nuggets.
As you side.
Like, 20 chicken nuggets, large fries, Sprite, no ice.
Mr. Blake here now has taken over. This is
Butter on a hot, salted caramel and chocolate hot cross bun. Let's go find this.
okay. I have had a hot cross bun before, you know.
I don't even like hot cross bun. What the normal one?
Right, okay.
Either you eat this side only,
Right.
or this side then this side.
You tell me which one to eat first.
They eat this side.
You gotta rate it. I want a full review. Cross salad.
That's good, that.
That,
No,
Right.
we could do some more butter on it. Isn't that wrong with it oozing out the side?
for a hot cross bun, right? You get it.
It's a grower.
It's good.
Always a grower.
Right.
Well, thanks very much. I'll have another one when you're ready. I'd probably say an 8.9 or something like that.
That's high.
Thanks very much.
So welcome back then to Costa del Crail here in Scotland. We are on the east coast for round 4 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. For those of you that were with us earlier, we had an incident in the B group race earlier on that's just taken a little bit of sorting out, getting our medics happy that they're able to continue, and so we're just in the process of getting that sorted out, and we are back live with our A group race 1 then. I'm Phil G alongside me, Danielle Koenig. It's been a quick restart. We've just been waiting for the nod from our medics and all of our marshals to get back into position. We wait then, it's Jamie Duncan on pole, Richard Sharp second, Chris Hodgson there in third, and Jay Smith number 33 on the Trips.UK MTR KTM on the outside of the front row. We've had an issue with our live timing not carrying across to our race results, so we don't have our normal tree down the side of the screen, and reasons that appear to be outside our control, so our team are working on that, but we've got our live timing courtesy of Speed Hive, which you can also log into as well. So these races then, looking at the light, so here we go then, let's see. Away they go. Who's going to get the drop? Sharpie got a good jump. Jay's wide round the outside, but it is going to be the number 7 of Jamie Duncan that will lead them away. Hodges out there wide. He's going to take second as they come into the off-road. Now, right, what they're doing then?
Well, it looks like they have cut out that bottom of the road.
Ah, right, okay.
So Jamie there heading over that tabletop, absolutely sending it around the outside.
Yeah, so we're not going to run the off-road on the first lap, which is a smart move. That's a bit of a decision on the hoof. We weren't aware of that, so that makes a lot of sense. The dust, it's not bad, but it's not great. And on the first lap, when everybody's bunched together, we're obviously the riders having to deal with that. But it is Jamie Duncan that leads across the line for the first time then. The number 1 of Chris Hodgson's run really wide there. Just got the number 1 on the move, so into the off-road for the first time. That's a good call, that, from our clerk of the course. They've done like a lot of sweeping as well. That looks at the dust not as bad as it was. Our marshals have been busy out there. So Duncan then from Hodgson, and it looks like Sharpie there. That's the in fact that's Murray up to third. So Scott Murray on the Scott Comp Honda.
Yeah, so it is Chris Hodgson currently in a Scottish sandwich there, with Jamie Duncan taking the outside line and Chris Hodgson to the inside. Looked like he made a bit of a mare of it on that berm. Not able to clean the tabletop as cleanly as he would have liked.
That looked like that was Blankman there in 6th position, Mulaney in 7th.
I think I also saw Dougie Cunningham there as well.
Cunningham there in about 10th or 11th. There's the 817 of Harley Sharp. But here we are back with race leader Jamie Duncan on the Fat and Fats Contract Solutions KTM. He's played his joker this weekend, so he will want double points. Yellow flag there in the background. Somebody off. That looks like one of the
like a trips rider there on the ground.
Trips rider. That could be Chris Walker. We'll have to wait and see as they come across the line. So this is Murray in third. Now race leaders then round the berm. Duncan. Hodges right there on him.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely putting the pressure on there as they head out back onto this tarmac section. Down the straight into this bit of a chicane.
We'll see if Murray can make any kind of impression on these guys in this opening few laps.
Yeah.
It's going to be a 10-lapper as well. We're trying
Chris
to gather a bit.
over the top of that inside berm there. He wasn't able to stay inside with that TM, so I think he lost a little bit of time through that off-road.
I don't think that bike is as forgiving in the dirt as the KTM of Jamie Duncan, but they are gapping away at the front. I don't think that we're going to expect that Murray is going to close these guys down. He was on fire yesterday. Look over the shoulder then from Duncan. Normally Hodgie takes that as a signal to mirror signal manoeuvre. So you're going to try and have a run round the outside. There's not really much chance of a pass. It's very difficult up that section unless Duncan makes a mistake. Hodgie's going to try not to follow. Is he going to go to the inside? No, he's not risking the chance of a fall. Did see people trying the inside line in the other classes and not having a lot of success. So Duncan then down the back straight. Lap 3 of this.
Yeah, the gap back to Scott Murray about 2.7 seconds. Looks like we've got a rider down there in the off-road. Is that one of our Trips UK riders?
Somebody spun out, that looks
Yeah,
like
that's
that is Chris
Trips
Walker.
UK boss team.
Yeah, Walker. So he's so it was Harley Sharp that went down. Also not seeing Jay Smith as well. So maybe it was Smith that went down. On Smith then right down at the bottom of the field.
Yep. Smith currently sat in 15th on our live timing.
So Smith then, I think it was, that tipped off in the background on what was that last bit one corner.
Ooh, Chris all over the back of Jamie there, but just not enough space to be able to squeeze that TM450 into.
There was a bit of a mistake there, wasn't it, from Duncan? Because Chris nearly collected him on the way in. It narrows down. Murray looks like he ran off the circuit there. He rejoined in the centre. He went wide and went over the berm and blew the turnout. So I think Murray's going to drop back to 4th or 5th, which will elevate Richard Sharp.
In the mid-pack there, you can see Jay Smith. Looks like he's rejoined behind. I think that must be Andy Mitchell there in 11th. So Smith made this one hard work for himself. So he's there taking that inside line to try and get past the 79 of Peter Bennett, who, he just couldn't stop the corner, clipped Jay Smith, but luckily Jay managed to stay on. Peter Bennett rejoins. Just a little topple off for him there.
So race leaders already across the line, and they're already big moment there for Duncan as he switched from going right to turning left. He does seem a little bit careful, shall we say, as they come into the off-road. And what a little bit of an advantage he has. Chris Hodgson has properly eaten up. Are we going to see the 18-time champion try and force a pass down the inside or the outside?
Yeah,
very difficult at the moment.
Jamie being really careful there as he comes around that berm to not leave the inside open, so that he makes Chris go to the outside on that double, which I think smart riding from him there.
So Chris is going to the inside here. Is he going to make a pass? We've said before, this jump looks shorter on the inside than it is on the outside. Hodgie not daring to, but just use the flat line. And he can't get close enough to have a poke down the inside here, but he's right on the back of the number 7 now. He's going to try and come outside and inside to have a run down into the final turn.
I think there in the background we saw a pass from Dougie Cunningham over the head tabletop. I think that was on Lee Williams.
I'll move him up to 6, which is
Yep,
there he is.
Got past him, so that inside line on the tabletop. I think that was then one of the Trips UK riders, followed by Chris Eastwood. So it looks like Jay Smith's made his way up to 10th.
That's a decent recovery because obviously we've got a yellow flag.
Yeah, that's Chris Walker down again in the off-road, so tough old race for him.
He had a good day at Rowra in goal yesterday, but having a bit of a mare in this first one. This delayed race 1 then of our action this weekend. So just a few things that we needed to sort out to get back on track and on time. So Hodgie again not following. Is he going to have a run this time? He's going to get on the ground. He's down the inside. Oh, he was brave there, but not brave enough to force the issue. That was a champion's move there, just realising that, yeah, I'm there but not there, and he didn't.
Looks like he's going to try and get the cut back here though.
Didn't want to invite the contact, but that will make Duncan very nervous.
Yeah,
another look over. Yeah, he's definitely getting. He's riding backwards instead of forwards now. He's Duncan. He's trying to cover off where we think Hodgie's going to come and have a go. We've got 7 seconds on Richard Sharp in 3rd, Murray in 4th, Blake in 5th. Cunningham a 6th place from a 10th place qualifying. Thought Hodgie was going to switch to the inside then, but he doesn't.
Yeah, Hodgie really keeping the pressure on the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. You know, a lot of the riders said they were struggling a little bit yesterday, just with the heat and all that dust, breathing it in as they head through the off-road. Some of them even having to remember to breathe. It sounds daft, but
yeah, I know exactly how they are. So Duncan's closed the inside this time. So he's not going to
that line from him.
So I expect that Hodgie will go outside next time. Duncan knows that Chris has got to move there, and I think that he will go the other way next time by. So just as an aside, with the changes that we made in the off-road, I think with the addition of the length that we've put in, where we've got that now, that left and right hand hairpin, we could come straight out of there onto the back straight, and I think that would make open the track up an absolute treat. So you could have a jump to land on the tarmac, on the dirt, and go straight onto the tarmac and cut out this right left as we exit the dirt section. But Hodgson then doing everything that he can to keep the pressure on the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. He's gone inside this time. Is he going to make it pay? Oh, it's close, but not close enough. And again, Jamie having to ride a wide bike. He's going to have to second guess where Hodgie is.
Yep.
Hodgie's going to want to be close down this back straight.
Yeah, and he's all over the back of him through the chicane. So Jamie's gone inside. Chris has followed him, surprisingly.
I think that Jamie made it look like he was going outside and changed his mind at the last minute. This is proper cat and mouse stuff, but the local man, Jamie Duncan from Cooper, just up the road, playing his joker for double points here this weekend, doing everything that he can, but Chris can have all the track to himself. He's not under any pressure at all.
Looking back down the pack, Alex Mullaney's all over the back of the 94 of Lee Williams, but it's the last lap flag that's being held out now, so Jamie knows it's now just one lap that he has to try and fend off the 18-time British champion of Chris Hodgson.
Surprised maybe Hodgie not going to the outside there just for a bit of a different look at it. He's going to go the inside again, as he knows. Oh, Jamie goes inside this time. So Hodgie comes to the outside, Jamie just moves across.
Yeah, Jamie there just taking his line from him there, and that opens up a slight gap there because Chris just couldn't get on the power after that jump.
That said, it's totally the leader's prerogative to go where he wants. There's no central reservation in that part of the track. Well, we've got that obviously through some of the other bits.
Yep, good riding though from Jamie. Chris showed him a wheel and he's changed his lines up, so I think that's not sticking to just what he knew. He's adapted really well in this one, I'd say.
So just a few corners to go then, and Jamie Duncan looks like he's going to bring home the number 7 Contract Solutions KTM for victory in race 1 here this weekend, and it is indeed checkered flag. Hodgson will take, well, the timing will show that it was 1.2 seconds, but he was never more than a couple of bike lengths behind. Murray closes down right onto the back of Richard Sharp at the end of that one, but it's Sharp that's going to take 3rd, and then it's a long way back then for the 54 of Richard Blakeman. Blakeman comes across the line to take 5th, and then it should be the 30 of Dougie Cunningham in 6th position on the TM. The local man comes across the line, then it's Williams, Mullaney 8th, and then that's Mullaney going across the line, and it will be Jay Smith next across. So number 33, he had a bit of a mare. There is Jay across the line, and then it is the number 42 of Oliver Holmes in 10th. So that is our first A group in the books, a little bit later than scheduled, but we will be cracking on into our second group of races now, hopefully, and get everything back on to our schedule as best we can. So last few riders then coming across the line, and we'll run down through the results then of this first British Championship race. It is a win then for the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. Second place Chris Hodgson. Third place the 217 of Richard Sharp. Fourth the 234 of Scott Murray on the Scott Comp Honda, and then 5th the number 54 Fat and Fast KTM of Richard Blakeman. 6th place on the 450 TM the local man Dougie Cunningham. 7th on the High Tech Coatings Husqvarna, the 94 of Lee Williams. 8th place for the number 100 Alex Mullaney on the TM Leeds 450 TM. 9th place is Jay Smith, and 10th place is Alex Mullaney, our race leaders, then down in the holding area. Danielle is winging her way down there to interview those guys. And again, Hodgson from Cockermouth on the opposite side of the country. Richard Sharp taking a well-deserved third. But that race will be hard work, I'm sure. Just wait for these guys to get their helmets and gloves off and get their breath back. And we will go live down to Danielle in pit lane when she gets there. But it looks like Chris Hodgson barely broke a sweat there. Davide Mastro, then team boss, in the centre, is looking after his charge, and obviously they will be wanting to go one better in the next one. Very much. And we'll just nice and come and stand with the bikes. Danielle should be there toot sweet. Just a little bit further away than we normally are, and with a shortened race distance that caught us on the hop a little bit. So there is the Trip Stop UK Husqvarna of the 217 of Richard Sharp. See the layer of dust there on the front of the bike. So there's Danielle then. Turn up when you like. The shortened race, and we're a little bit further away than we normally are. So she's there with third place rider then, Richard Sharp.
Hi.
So we're here with Richard Sharp, Tricks UK rider. Bit of a lonely race, I think, for you there. We didn't see much of you.
Yeah, me and Scott had a meanie. He passed me at first lap, and then I followed him, and then he made a mistake, so I got him back. And then I were struggling to keep with Jamie and Chris, but I'm happy with third to start with.
Yeah,
Good, some
good points for the championship anyway, and I settled third. How are you finding the off-road? I know you like a bit of that.
I like it. I think it's really good. Yeah, it's technical, so it's not easy. So, but like I say, it's proper Supermoto. Makes the guys on the dirt look good. So yeah, it's good. I like it.
Good to hear it. Changing anything for race 2?
No. All good. Straight out race 2 ready.
So we'll grab a word with the hard-fought second place man. Wasn't quite able to find a way past Jamie Duncan on that one.
No, I tried everything I could there. Switched it up in the off-road, which is normally unlike me. I like to just sit in my own little groove and that. But Jamie played a real good blocker there. He was wise to where I was going and that. So if I want to make it stick next time, I'm just going to have to and spit on that thing.
Love a good meme. Love it. So on the TM, we've seen that it didn't seem quite as forgiving in the off-road for you. We can see it's fast on the tarmac. Absolutely, you were all over him on that one.
I mean, you say that, but I actually felt stronger than Jamie in the off-road. So the part where Jamie was kind of gapping me was just on the acceleration out of the off-road section at the top. But I just think that's that initial push-pull effect just come back onto the tarmac. So yeah, it was a good hard-fought race, and seeing him pull a gap, seeing him catch his foot on the inside of a curb and his ear limping along in his sexy underwear. So you probably grab a word with him now.
I don't know if we will. Like you say, we think Jamie may have caught a foot injury. I'm not sure we need to subject anyone to that on the camera, to be honest. What we'll do is we've currently got our non-championship riders out at the moment, so I think we might look at taking a small break, and then we'll grab the action back with our academy riders for their race 2. So you join us for our second block of races. So we have our Supermoto Academy Race 2 currently sat in our holding area ready to go. Now, it was a great block of races for Race 1, unfortunately with a little bit of disruption with our fallen riders, but Supermoto Academy brought to us by FF Solutions Design and Build, the company of Jay Smith down south. And we'll get ready for the guys to make their way out onto the circuit.
So yes, we've just got back live. It's a long way to the other side of the paddock, I can tell you that. Got a bit of a bead on here. So our academy class then come out to the line for race 2.
And we can see there as they make their way out in a cloud of two-stroke smoke onto the circuit. There is Archie Ormrod, followed by, I think that is Bell Wingate on the 125 Yamaha Husqvarna 85. So they'll do a tarmac only lap as they then get themselves gridded up. Yeah, they've done that first, skip the first off-road and then taking the second one. So this is what they'll do for lap 1, and then it'll be both off-roads included for the remainder of this race.
Yeah, that's a good call. Like I say, just the dust on that opening lap when everybody's really bunched together. It's not the easiest. You can see there, look, there's a perfectly clean line there on the bottom, which is what you get. But if you're not on that, or in the berm in the middle, or the berm on the top, then it's very difficult. So there's the 150 of Liam Pearson, 58 of Max Rhodes, 41 of Ed Darnton. He's got a really nice set of 65cc Yamahas. There's Jackson Bennett. He went down early doors in the first one and came through towards the end. He ended up just on the outside of the top 10. In there he was in 12th, just behind Archie Reynolds.
It was Blake Wilson though that dominated this race 1 with a sizable gap. He did have a little topple himself in the off-road, so showing that it wasn't easy pickings for him. It's definitely challenging out there. But yeah, great ride from him.
So will Ormrod have anything for him in this one? He started way back on the grid in the first one, had a bit of a mare in qualifying for whatever reason, and there he is, the 08 Blake Wilson. Ormrod on the DCR. Are we going to say that's a Husky or a KTM?
KTM, I think that one.
It's a KTM, okay, because obviously they're always white. And then the 125 of Wingate. So we wait then for the lights to go out. Oh no, we're going to have a full warm-up right by the looks of it. That did not look like a race start to me, unless...
I think it might have been. Oh. Humphrey's there taking a look over his shoulder.
Oh no, so they've given him a sight, right, so
right.
It was a sight lap. That's fine, so they're going to do just a tarmac only sight lap by the looks of it. So get them used to doing that. And obviously with a change like that, we just want to make sure that everybody is understanding which way they've got to go.
So looking on our live chat over on our live stream on YouTube, we've got a few people there getting some cheering on. One of them being Lily Rhodes. Got Liam Pearson there getting a come on, let's have a podium. So the 150 of Liam, will keep an eye out for him. If you have got any riders out there that you're sat watching at home, make sure you give them a bit of a shout out on the live stream, and we'll do our best to try and give them a bit of a cheer on.
Yeah, it's well, it's a blisteringly hot day. We are in the brim cupboard here in the back of race control at Crail. That building that you can see there on the left-hand side, we're kind of in a cupboard in the back of there with one door and no windows. And I've got to be honest, I'm quite glad, because it is absolutely baking here today. It's almost like a summer's day. You remember those? But it is very warm, and these guys and girls out there on the grid in these leathers are going to be boiling up. It's been a great weekend of weather so far, and it's meant that nobody's had any rain tyres in. Everybody's been able to go with dry bike setup and all the rest of it. But this off-road section has been very challenging for these academy riders. We saw that in race 1, and hopefully we will get through without incidents. I think it will be a little bit better for not doing it on the first lap, which again I think is a great call. Look then for Tyler Humphreys there on the outside of row 1. He was a faller in that first one as well. And we'll get the green flag from Andy and the red flag, and they will point out the lights. And when they go out, we will be underway. And there they are, a little bit of a few hop, skip, and a jump. That looked like maybe that was Bell Wingate that didn't get away particularly well. So it's Wilson then from Ormrod. Humphreys then getting it wrong on the way up there and running wide. He didn't take anybody with him. Everybody safely through then on this opening lap into the off-road section for the first time. Wilson, his off-road skills have definitely come on since the start of the season. I'll say he looked like he struggled, but he's just so much better now than he was at round one. So I would imagine that the spare days that he isn't racing, because he also turns up at British mini bikes as well occasionally, I think he's definitely out there on a motocross bike. And we've got a rider down in that turn. Yellow flag, there's Wilson.
I think that was a green flag, just letting them know that.
Oh right, okay. I just saw a flag waving.
Bell Wingate all over the back of the 40 of Ormrod as they made their way through for the first time.
Okay, so it wasn't her that made the bad start then. She was actually right in there. So it might have been somebody on road 2. It might have been Jackson Bennett, although he's there in 7th. So into this first off-road section.
It may have been Max Rhodes. He's currently sat down there in 10th.
Ah, right. So obviously Max in the same colours as Bell Wingate. Yeah, much better for not using this on the first lap. So inside line then for Ormrod. He has a bit of a look across to try and see where everybody else is.
Yep.
There's a bit of no man's land there. You can see how loose that off-road is.
Yeah, Wingate there took the outside line. Didn't actually made up much time. However, Leon Tall didn't like he was closing in on her just like then.
And down this back straight then. And here's Tall all over the back. In fact, that looks like he's coming under pressure from Liam Pearson. So Wingate then, like I say, you can't give it full send on these small wheels. You've got to give it so much aggression on the throttle.
Looks like
on
Pearson's
the upslope.
made a pass on Leon Tall there, so he's slotted in, and then looks like Tyler Humphreys, round the inside of Leon Tall there. So he'll be trying to make up that lost ground from going too wide on the opening lap. So Leon Tall following there.
Yeah, he did make a bit of a hash of it on that opening lap, and that's cost him dearly. So Wilson already starting to run and hide at the front of this one, but this is the battle of Humphreys trying the outside line. They're closing in on Bell Wingate. A bit of a rear end locker there for Pearson, and that's the mistake that Humphreys needed.
Takes that inside line, and nice easy pass there on the 150 of Blaine Pearson. It looks like Leon Tall's trying to get in on the action and try and make a move there as well. Not quite enough room as we headed over that double. I think that was also Archie Reynolds on the TM UK 85.
Yeah, he's having a better run in this one. He was a little bit out of sorts yesterday, I thought, from what we've seen of him jumping on that 85 TM. It's the only bike in this class that is actually an out-of-the-box racer available from TM UK, from TM Leeds. And Reynolds has been really good on that. He's just a little bit out of sorts yesterday, but he's back inside the top half a dozen or so.
See there, a little bit further down in the pack, that looked like Max Rhodes there heading through the off-road. I think now we also had Rip Jennings.
I've got a little bit of breeze here that's keeping the dust away. So the 125 of Wingate then. She's closing in on Ormrod, so this is a battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and possibly 5th. So Ormrod is not the dominant force that we've been used to seeing.
Yep, taking that inside line. Humphreys there looking like he's trying to make a move on the 125 of Wingate. He's chosen to take that outside line, but Bell, I think, will try and close the door on him.
Oh, she wasn't there, and Humphreys makes the pass. But yeah, I think this is more of a case of the fact that everybody else is up in their game, and the advantage that Ormrod had at the beginning of the season, and certainly at the end of last season, everybody else has upped their game a bit, and they're a bit closer to the number 40 than he would like.
Further down in the mid-pack, that looks like Rip Jennings there, heading through the off-road, followed by, I think that might be Inez O'Donnell.
Yeah, Ennis O'Donnell in there. He's one of our local Scottish riders. An influx of those for this round, obviously, being their local track. And there's another one. That's Ollie Ross. But they're second and third and fourth, all in the same shot as they come through the final turn. Very fast through this centre section, as I've said. And here, we've got a pass. We have. Ormrod looks like he just got on the wander a little bit there. And Humphreys sailed past.
Yeah,
Bell's
great move
coming
there
inside.
from Humphreys.
Yeah, that was a good pass, that was. So Humphreys up to second. Ormrod's going to try and fight back a little bit, but he's got to be careful because Bell Wingate is all over the back of him as well.
Yeah, I don't think he'll know Bell's there just yet either. You might start to hear her as she heads through here. You can obviously hear the distinctive note of the T-stroke. But yeah, Ormrod taking the outside, but not close enough to have any sort of cutback on Humphreys.
So Wilson then absolutely checked out. He's 17 seconds down the road. And don't forget, he's going to suit up and carry on and do another race.
I think a few of these riders are doing that.
Yeah.
There's a few out there in our Supermoto Group C, which are up next.
I'll say that this warm weather that we've got up here is playing havoc with my hay fever that I never know I had.
Same here.
Yeah, in fact, it'd be nice if we could have a bit. If we open the door, we won't be able to hear ourselves think. So that's.
I think that's just the back marker getting out the way there. Yeah, giving them plenty of space.
So, Blake Wilson away at the front doing 1:18s. He's 4.5 seconds lap faster than these other riders, but I would imagine that pretty much all of that advantage is down to the fact that he's on full send mode in the off-road, clearing all the jumps with ease, whereas Humphreys and the rest of this leading group, Humphreys just doing the pop-up onto the top there, whereas Wilson is landing downside on pretty much both of these sets of jumps. So it's the battle then between Ormrod and Wingate in the background of this one that where the interest is, and it's not really closing up by the looks of it. There is the number 40, there is the 125, and if anything that gap is going out a little bit. Ormrod just not able to respond after the pass by Tyler Humphreys, so he's dropped back.
Yeah, and the gap.
Fair few yards now.
The gap between Ormrod and Wingate also opening up ever so slightly now as they head through this second off-road section. Both choosing to take that to sit higher up on the berm there. So I think that's one of our other RWJ riders there.
That's Max, isn't it? That's brother of Lily. That's Rhodes. He's out there. That's the number 6 of Tyler Clark. He's in there with
I think that may actually be Lily Rhodes. I think that may have been Lily Rhodes. Unfortunately, she's currently sat down in 20th.
Yeah, so she's obviously had a moment somewhere. That is, it is the 56 of Lily Rhodes, and she's not giving Archie Ormrod any room to work with. One thing that Lily don't do is move over for anybody. She knows that all these riders that she can pass on what I think might be getting close to the final lap if it's not the last. I did see the last lap flag being half brandished.
Yeah, but I think it'll be last lap next time. Looks like we've got another rider off there in our off-road section. Just getting help to rejoin.
There's our race leader then, Blake Wilson, on the 08. Like I say, that massive front brake scoop, drawing air into the brake on that bike. They do run uprated brakes on these 85s. Last lap flag is out, so this will be his last time round. He is the class of this field this weekend, and that is for sure. But he's going to have to get a swig of Lucasade and go again, because he's out in our next race. In fact, if he was he out at the front of that one as well until he went down? I'm not sure. He was there or thereabouts, wasn't he?
Yeah, he started on pole for our C Group race 1.
I don't think he's going to be on the front row. I would stand corrected on that one. We'll have to have a quick look at the results from race 1. But Blake Wilson then, a bit of a nice posy wheelie as they come onto the back straight. He's just going to nip round Rip Jennings as they come into the second off-road section. And this Academy Race 2, brought to you by FF Solutions Design and Build, will come to a close. Wilson then just easing his way around some of the novice riders in this class, and again it's an age-related class as well, so it would be nice to be able to split these guys and girls in ability as well, but just not the time in the schedule to do that. But a victory then for Wilson, and he will get back and have a quick rule down with a damp cloth, and he'll get ready to go again in our C Group Race 2. Ormrod going to be a way back. Yeah, still got Tyler Humphries to come through in second.
Here he is in our split screen there. He just made his way through. And then there is Ormrod as they make their way down. So Humphries now just crosses the line in second with a nice little wheelie over the line, followed by Ormrod, and then we'll wait for the 125 of Isabel Wingate.
So that is a decent result then for Belle Wingate, and fourth place. She'll be she'll be happy or sad with that, because I think that's the closest that she's been to Archie Ormrod for a few races. I know that there was one at Teesside last year where you could have thrown a blanket over all of them, but Ormrod upped his game from that point at the in the season, and pretty much most people didn't see which way he went, but they've upped their game. So have a look then. So as they come across the line, then it will be a win for Blake Wilson, second place Tyler Humphries, third place Archie Ormrod, fourth Isabel Wingate, fifth Liam Pearson, sixth Edward Darlington on the 65, so that's a good result for him, seventh place for the 79 of Jackson Bennett, eighth place number 5 of Archie Reynolds, ninth the 461 of Innes O'Donnell, and 10th place the 16 of the local man Ollie Ross. So Academy Race 2 then completed, and we will be pushing on with the rest of our programme here this afternoon. Like I say, we just had a bit of a delay earlier on, a couple of fallers in our B Group race, something I did pick up in the paddock walk during the haste of the reorganised lunch break, is that Jack Nation told me that he's unlikely to start the second race today. He went down heavy yesterday, and then had another fall today, and he's done for the day, not feeling great, so he'll live to fight another day. We've only got a few more weeks. 16th and 17th of July I think is the next round at Three Sisters, only a few weeks away, not that far, 2 or 3 weeks, so he'll be wanting to get himself back to full fitness for that rather than risk further injury here this weekend.
So round 5 will be at Three Sisters on the 13th and 14th of July, with our live stream being broadcasted on Sunday the 14th. We also have our national racing on the Saturday, so if you're local in the area, make sure you head down and have a watch of that.
So coming up on TNL Sports then, we have on the 30th of June the British Mini Bikes Road to MotoGP. They will be at Pembrey in South Wales. Also airing then on the 29th of June at 7 p.m, episode 1 of On Thin Ice, the TNL Sports documentary about ice climbing, which is absolutely scary as anything. So that's if you're into your extreme sports, that is worth a look. And then obviously, as Danielle just said, round 5 of this British Supermoto Championship, brought to you by Trips.uk, that will be on air on the 14th of July at 11:40 on the TNL Sports YouTube channel. If you have not already subscribed, please do so. It's where sport lives. Lots and lots of coverage, not just the Supermoto, but karting, mini bikes, all sorts of stuff all over the place. We're a busy bunch and put out some top quality stuff, which we're fortunate to be part of. So check out the YouTube channel, and obviously check out all of our socials as well, and keep on top of what is happening. Our C Group riders then are in the holding area waiting. We will just give winner of our Academy rider just a chance to get his breath back. I want to say, nice view out over the Firth of Forth, the Robinson Lighthouse on that island. Was it the Isle of May?
Isle of May.
The Isle of May, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it's no Rosebery topping, but it's still a nice view. We do come to some wonderful parts of the world. Obviously, Rara nestled in the Lake District, and this is on the what is being known as the Costa del Crail. I was talking to one of the local guys who works at the circuit here on the circuit this morning, and he was saying that the weather that they've had up here over the last few weeks has been really, really exceptionally nice, and the way that the wind treats this coast, it can either be the worst place in the world or the best place in the world, and there's not really any middle ground. So here's our C Group riders then, now to fourth the first time, and let's have a look. Looks like Mark Adamson and Ollie Sims, and then we've got it looks like that was Wilson in there, so these guys just getting a run out. So this is British Supermoto C, brought to you by Contract Solutions, Precision Engineers up here in Cooper in Fife, in company of Ab and Jamie Duncan, and as I said before, exceptionally good quality work turned out of their factory, an absolute state-of-the-art facility that's as good as anywhere in the world up in this part of the
so I think it's worth giving a big shout out to the Academy riders that are out here in our race. So one there, that is Lily Rhodes on board her KTM 250. So she's gone from riding an 85cc 2-stroke, absolutely zero engine braking, to then jumping on that much bigger bike, that 250 KTM 4-stroke, and then going out and racing them back to back. So I think that's exceptional from Lily. We've also got Belle Wingate, so going from doing a 4th in the Academy race to now heading out and starting on this grid in, I believe, 13th. And then Blake Wilson there takes up 2nd on the grid after just winning our Academy race one.
So here we go then. Sean Jones is going to sit on pole for this one, and like I say, there's Belle Wingate just coming to the line as Lily Rhodes. She's had a bike change, so that'll explain why her bike's down here on ice on tyre warmers next to the commentary box, because obviously it means that they haven't got to get all the way back up to the paddock to do the bike change. Dad Paul out injured. He's usually a good A group contender, and he's unfortunately not riding at the moment, so
I do think he is being kept busy enough though.
He's busy enough. So here we go then, lights are on and they're off, away we go. So let's have a look and see whether it is Jones that makes the whole shot. Here we go then, it's Jones from Sims, it's Wilson then. Oh, Wilson's going to try and make the turn up the inside, he just got a little, oh what a pass. That was fantastic from Sims then. Jones didn't really do a lot wrong, but Sims hugged the inside line, and he will come down into this off-road section for the first time, the number 73.
Yeah, great pass there from Sims, and then Blake Wilson also making the most of it and nipping up the inside there. So it's Blake Wilson trying to go around the inside. Can he make a pass?
It. He has, he's done it. So it's back to the front again. Jones has got mugged, I think, by somebody else in the background. It's the 21, which I think is Kevin Kay.
Yep, so that's Kevin Kay now up to 3rd. So good jump off the line for Sean Jones, but not a great first lap.
Looks like the 99 of Andy Hayes, the man who runs the circuit up there at Scarborough of Oliver's Mount. He's there in 5th. They come across the line, but here is Wilson then into the off-road for the first time, and I expect that he is going to be better than Sims, simply because he's only just ridden this. He'll know exactly where everything is. Hayes round the outside of Jones, that's Crowther's there in 6th. So Andy Hayes went down here on the opening lap in the first one, I believe.
That's also, I think, Mark Adamson there, trying to get round the inside with Andy Hayes. So, yeah, Kevin Kay on that Husqvarna. Can Sean Jones shut the door? He's just not quite close enough to be able to regain that place.
I'm not sure. I would assume that Kevin Kay is one of our local men from this neck of the woods. Not seen him at any of the other races. And they do support the British Championship. They do travel down to Three Sisters and travel down to Rowra. And having done the journey, obviously, from where I am down in the Midlands, coming from north down to those tracks is not as bad as it is for me coming south, coming north to those tracks. So it's not as much of a stretch as you would think, but they still do some miles. But obviously, the guys that are based down in the south of England who come to these races, like Jay Smith and.
Well, surely if they're coming down, they've got to go back home.
No, but it's just at the level of travel. But anyway, lots of miles covered to get everybody here to Crail this weekend, and it's definitely been worth the effort. The track's been fantastic.
So it looks like Blake Wilson's pulled a bit of a gap now on the 73 of Ollie Sims.
Well, Sims giving it the full send there, so credit to him. He's been out there on a smaller bike as well. The gap then for these two, they're going to find themselves on the back of the B group grid for the final race of the day. Sims is again another rider that's doing double duty. I think he was actually out on track in the race that we didn't show, as Andy Hayes tries to find his way past Sean Jones. Jones will just move him over. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, Sean Jones shutting the door there on the 99 of Andy Hayes. Keeping the pressure on 21 of Kevin Kay as we head into this second off-road. Kevin taking the inside line, the other two opting for the outside.
And this was where Jones got nabbed. Oh, that's a nice. Oh, Hayes was, and he's not afraid to put the bike where it needs to be to make the pass. I thought he was going to lunge up the inside then. That was just a little bit of perspective as they came into the corner. Hayes doing everything he can. Again, nearly tags the back of the 164 of Sean Jones.
So Sean Jones getting some encouragement over on our YouTube live chat, telling him to go a bit faster, and I think he's going to have to if he doesn't want to lose a position to the 99 of Andy Hayes.
The race leader then, Blake Wilson, then checked out to the tune of 4 seconds, but this is a cracking battle. Somebody running there. Have we got a rider down in the off-road? We've seen a yellow flag. We've got a yellow flag, so who is that going to be?
Oh, yeah, so that looks like Sims down there.
It is Sims. Sims has gone down, so all of a sudden this is a battle for the move to the B.
Second,
it is a battle for second, and that has now gone the way of Andy Hayes. He's managed to thread his way through. He's passed Sean Jones there in the off-road while they were all, well, whether that was a pass from the yellows remains to be seen. We'll have to see what happened there. But, yeah, he's up to second. Yep. Sims finds himself on the floor. It's Adamson there, who's now on the back of the 164 of Sean Jones, with Kate dropping back into what we think will be 5th or 6th. It's all happening here in this C Group Race 2. Looks like it's been a long old day here with a couple of delays that we've had, but the day always races away with you. Any race day is the same. You get up in the morning, you amble round expecting time not to be passing, and before you know where you are, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Also, Mark Adamson, big shout out to him. So I remember coming up to the Scottish Championship, absolutely lovely guy, and was actually racing, I think, a mini bike at one point. That guy makes a 450 look small. He's huge.
He's not as big as Mike Francis on the TM, who we'll see if he might be towards the back of this one, or he may have made the Bs, I can't remember.
He's currently sat in 8th, Phil.
8th, oh right, yeah, I'm scouting down our live timing.
Mark making a right mare of that inside berm, pushing the front over the top, so lost a bit of time there. Looks like he may be giving that place back to Kevin Kay if he's not careful.
So Andy Hayes then got a couple of 3 seconds now over Sean Jones, and it looks like he's going to be the man that's going to find his way onto the back of the B group, and he's always wanted to do that. He's, like he said, I want to be in the best race that I can be in. He struggles just to get that qualifying lap in. Obviously we qualify in the morning, and for our races split the groups as per the times, and we don't always have the same amount of riders in each race. It really depends on how many we've got entered to make the 3 classes as equal as we can. Obviously points are paid at the end of the race weekend depending on where you finish in your respective classes. But Wilson then run away and hid at the front this time. He's not going to make any mistakes. He should have gone up last time, I think, but was unlucky. So him and Andy Hayes will be on the back of the B Group Race 3 this afternoon. And yeah, the dust, as you can see, it's not as bad as anywhere near as bad as it was this morning. I know that the crew were out there at lunchtime sweeping it off, and again, with all the rain that we had on Friday night, and it did properly rain for quite a while, it made absolutely no difference to it. But it's a fresh build. It will need some moisture, natural moisture getting into it, and with the dryness that they've had up here for the last few weeks, not really been able to settle it down. But this tabletop's been this works really nice this way around, although Andy just comes up a little bit short. But he's riding that lovely polished bit of concrete on the inside rather than risk the berm.
Yeah, but currently our fastest rider on track is the 08 of Blake Wilson, who's done a 1:17.3, which is about 2 seconds faster than Andy Hayes, who's done a 1:19.4. So he's definitely gone and hit at the front. He's got a gap of around 12.7 seconds out in the lead.
So we just had a shot there of the back of Kev Crowder. So looks like our camera, our roving cam, is out in the crowd. There's Hayes then. Like I say, he tipped off here in race 1 when he was in 2nd or 3rd place, and just like I say, like he washed the front, which, as you can imagine, riding on what is effectively talcum powder on top of concrete, slick tyres. It's not the easiest thing to do.
There's our race leader then as he heads round. I believe it will be last lap next time.
Wilson is away with it again, spoiling it for everybody. But no, it is good to see these kids go and have a go. And I think I said in the last race that for our academy riders, when they're racing against these guys in the academy class and they see them step up into the main races, it gives them kind of a sense of where they're going to fit into the big scheme of things. Last lap flag is out, as you quite correctly said, Danielle. And so he's just got one more turn. Now this is the view that I was on about from the inside of that corner. You can pan round there and you get especially on the first lap, that'd be great to see that from the start. Watching them come through there on the opening lap, you get a real impression of how fast they're going there. Oh, he's tipped off. Oh,
tipped off on the last lap. Yep, he's remounted.
He's remounted. Well, that was pretty quick.
And that was lucky he didn't stall the bike either. So
there's Paul Rhodes then. He's one of the guys that gets out there and just makes sure that our younger riders in these classes, him and Dean Wingate, both out there, signed on officials, and out there just keeping an eye on these youngsters, making sure that should they get into any bother, that no harm comes to them. But that was also, it's an uncharacteristic mistake, because we've already seen him on the floor a couple of times today, but it's not going to cost him the race win. It will cost him quite a lot in terms of his 13-second lead.
I think that is, that's Mike Francis there on board that TM. He's currently sat in 7th, so it looks like he's made his way past 64 of Kyle Lumsden.
So I did see Francis earlier in the pits, and I won't say whether he lives up this way, but he certainly sounds that he's definitely a Northern English accent. But whether he just rides up here in the Scottish Championship because it's nice and local. But a race win then for Blake Wilson. He will take his 2nd victory of the day. That's his 3rd victory because he's won both the Academy ones, hasn't he? So that's 3. Quality riding. So
already got a hat-trick.
Yeah, he's going to have a well-deserved break before we come back for race 3 of the Academy later on this afternoon. But C Group race 2 then wrapped up. It'll be B Group race 2 up next, and hopefully we'll get through this one without too much in the way of incident. And so news then, we had Mark Stevens went down on the site lap of his race, which was the B Group race. That was all he had the delay, and he suffered an arm injury, and he'll need some attention with that. Paul Groom has I think he's took a bit of a bash to the snout. His helmet obviously hit the ground quite hard, and he's got a bit of facial laceration or whatever, so man from Nottinghamshire will need a little bit of treatment for that, but he is walking wounded. Whether we will see him out for the next race, his other half Sam was there in the pits, and she didn't seem particularly stressed that that he'd come off and he was not feeling the best. So whether we see them out, whether we see him out in this B Group race, as we said before, Jack Nation already confirmed that he will be taking no further part in the meeting, or that was what he was thinking when I spoke to him in the lunch break. So they will be packing up and heading back to Darkest Hampshire to get themselves sorted out for Three Sisters. So Carl Eccleston was the rider that also went up. There is our podium then. So Ormrod.
They were our Academy riders.
Yeah, Ormrod and Humphreys.
Still sat there on a bit of an natter.
Yeah.
I think they may actually be waiting for Blake Wilson to come down.
Right, yeah. So they get Blake Wilson to come down. They'll do their podium, and then Wilson will stay on the podium, and then we'll have the C Group guys. So that's good. So that'll be good. And but yeah, some of these busy old boys. Having said that, I do meetings where I race and then I do the commentary, but obviously I'm not particularly fast anymore. So
I've been suggested to do on-board commentary, but I can't see that working out very well.
No, it's going to be hard. So British Supermoto B then brought to you by Race IQ. They are already in the holding area. There is the 188 ARN leathered clad Seth Gibson on the RWJ Honda. And the Automotive Solutions Honda of Craig Forshaw, number 58. And there's the number 82 in the background of James Wood on the Bathmate Husqvarna. And then 311, that's Jake Sayer, another rider on the Honda. They do seem to be popular at the moment. It seems to be the alternative to the KTM and Husky. You see very few Kawasaki's, Yamahas and Suzuki's. There is the MJT Racing Honda of Jake Sayer. He's getting to be a bit of a decent performer. He rode last year a little bit and worked his way through the field. There is the 51 of Jason Slater. He had a good ride in the first one, came through from way down on the grid and had a bit of a mare yesterday, but he rode well in that first one, so hopefully he will be able to go forward. He'll be much further up the grid. The 101 Goon Squad rider of Neil Meelan. He's down from he's a long way to Rochester in Kent, I believe, so he's travelled a long way to be here. And if he's home, he won't be home today, that's a certainty. So sight lap then for these guys here. That looks like it's Pennington on pole for this one. Looking right coming through. He had a bit of an off, and then obviously Oliver Granger and the other rider whose name completely escapes me, who came up from the C group last time.
So it was Oliver Granger and Kev Crowders.
It was Kev Crowders, you're right, because Kev was stood there watching the race as we were watching the C group, so he will have hastily thrown his helmet on and gone and got down there on the grid.
So we'll see them now make their way round to the start line and get themselves all racked up. See them there weaving, trying to get as much of that dirt off their tyres as possible.
Yeah, that's always the case with the Supermoto bikes. It's not about getting heat in the tyres, it's about getting the dirt off the tyres. So we've come off that off-road section and we've just had a couple of really low-speed corners and getting all of the dirt off those tyres as you tip into this fast right. It's almost like a double apex right-hander and then a left-hander. You want to make sure that those tyres are nice and clean. Uncle Craig then just getting his start device sorted out. Also Oliver Granger, and those guys will be our last two on the grid coming up from the B final. So there is the big man Kev Crowders on the back of the grid. I'll say he's a new rider again this year. Talked into it by the Bathmate crew, and big mate to Andy Mitchell and Jono Oates, who's not with us this weekend. He's out injured, so all the best to Jono. So away they go then. Race 2 then for our B group, brought to you by Race IQ. And that looked like that was Pennington that took the whole shot. Is that Meelan there in second position?
I think that's Blaine Pearson there in first, followed by Pennington,
it is.
Woods and then Sayer as they head into the off-road for the first time.
So it is everything that Paul Reynolds owns in first and second. There's a bike and a set of his leathers in there. He's not in either of them. Back of Paul Reynolds then, he's there in the mid-pack. They come over for the first time. There's Meelan on the 101.
Looked like a good start there for, I think that was Oliver Granger. He's made a couple of places up on lap 1, starting from the back of the grid.
So Pearson then with teammate Pennington close behind.
Forshaw trying to make a move on Oliver Ross, heading around the start-finish corner for the first time in this race.
So Ross on the Racing and Cruising Honda, the youngster from it's Kirkintilloch, I think they're based in Glasgow, Racing and Cruising. I think that's what I saw on the side of the van anyway. But this is there is our podium then. First place for Blake Wilson, second place Andy Hayes, and third place Sean Jones. So that is our podium for our C group race. So well done to those guys. But Pearson then, like I say, he had a big issue yesterday. Broke the rear subframe mount off the bike and had to do a lot of running repairs last night. So they were working
That's Neil Meelan down in the off-road, so in there whacking his handguard back up.
He's well to the back, nobody there behind him, so that's pretty much the end of his chances of a decent finish.
Also looks like we lost the 188 of Seth Gibson on that opening lap. He's dropped down to 9th place on our timing screen, so it doesn't look like he had a great opening lap.
He's got A group speed, Seth Gibson, but he just needs. If he gets there on qualifying, he does. He's really decent. But with the level at the top of this B group race, if you're not in the front 2 rows and you don't make a decent start, it's not easy to come through. And obviously, these 2 boys at the front, Forshaw and Pennington, we've seen them battle on a number of occasions. And Pearson and Pennington, we've seen them. On a number of occasions going for it, but they're not going to take each other out. They both want to be in the A group race for the final round.
I think the only person that'd be upset about that would be Paul Reynolds.
Yes.
Yeah, so looking there a little bit further down in the pack, there's Dax Almonds, Kev Crowthers and Duncan Wright, but it is Oliver Granger that's made his way up to 11, so he's definitely a man on the move.
He's riding really well, and every time he goes out on that bike he just gets a little bit more used to it. He's enjoying riding it. There's the prof, he's coming under pressure from Oliver Ross. That was James Wood looking like him. There's Michael Craig. And there's Slater. He's not had such a good start in this one. He's there in 10th, so he's still doing okay, but not managed to make his way forward really at all in this one. Came from way on the back of the grid and had an absolutely stonking first couple of laps and picked a few off at the end as well. I said to him in the lunch break, just 3 decent races and not going home with a bruise on your backside is going to be a good day, and he kind of laughed and agreed. So we'll be hoping to bring it home with 3 decent runs in this B group. But Pearson then on the 151, and these 2 Automotive Solutions teammates, there are about 7 or 8 of them under that awning, and split between this race and the A group.
So that looks like that's G. Is that Woody there through the off-road? There's Oliver Granger, followed by the 53 of Simon Burgess, and then there's Duncan Wright on board that KTM.
Dave Spafford in there as well on the 117. He's starting to get a handle on that new Honda of his. Pearson then just riding this one out at the front. He doesn't look like he's in any particular hurry. In fact, he's just looking down as he got a bit of a problem. That bike just smoked a little bit as he got on the gas there. He does seem to be.
He doesn't look as fast.
He doesn't look to be in a particular hurry, does he? Is he just babying that a little bit to try and stay out the front? There's definitely some smoke coming out of the exhaust that shouldn't be. Darryl Pennington will be. Yeah,
it is hard to see with all this dust, but we'll see if we can get a close up as they head round this berm.
More on the overrun than anything else. So we'll maybe see it at the end of this straight. But he certainly looked like it laid up a little bit. Doesn't seem to have the straight line speed. We'll have to see how we're imagining things.
So that looks like Dave Spafford on board the 117 Honda. There is Dax Almond. And then following Dave Spafford, we've got Kev Crowthers, who's moved up from our C Group Race 1. So again, he's having a decent ride, currently sat in 15th.
Yeah, he's looking down, isn't he? There's a little bit of something there. So whether he's just short shifting and babying this one to the finish in the hope that it doesn't let go.
Like we had there a yellow flag. That was someone in our second off-road section having a bit of a moment there.
Is Pennington going to push it around the outside from the northeast? Sat on borrowed machinery as a result of an engine problem that he had at the last round. But, as always, people will do whatever they can to get you out there on circuit. Does look like Pearson's upped his game a little bit now, because Pennington's not quite as close as he was. Or maybe Pennington's just wanting to stay a little bit further back so that if there is any issues, he's not going to go straight to the scene of somebody else's
Oliver
accident.
Granger making a bit of a mare on that inside berm there.
He's going well, isn't he? He's there in 10th.
Yeah, to make it up to 10th, he's riding a blinding race. He's also played his double points this round, so great riding from him.
So these two then absolutely checked out at the front of this one. Jake Sayer then, the 311 Honda, he's there in 3rd, but he's a good distance back. Then it's the 211 of Chris Lambourne and the 58 of Craig Forshaw. So and it's Gibson, Ross, Wood, Craig and Granger who we were looking at earlier, but that's where there's just that little bit of telltale smoke then from the 151 of Blaine Pearson to an exhaust on that. Now it may be that there's an exhaust repair on that that's coming adrift, because they did have to patch one of the silencers on that because it started to collapse due to it being the main support on the rear of the bike. So there's Sayer in 3rd, and then so Forshaw's made a pass then on Prof. So Chris Lambourne has gone back a position. Gibson there, he's been considering he was on an 85cc motocrosser a couple of years ago, and he's come to us with 0 racing experience. He's been very, very good. He's just now teetering on the borderline between being a full-time A group rider. If you can get his finger out in qualifying, he's invested in some ex-J Smith, Mark Reinerschmidt machinery, and he's definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with for the rest of the season. Forshaw just having a bit of a moment there, but Gibson then just got to learn his racecraft. Like I say, he's not got any kind of racing background behind him at all. There's our camera showing you the view from, this is the fast double right-hander into the left. It's really quick through there. I don't actually recall ever running that layout when I've raced here. We've always used the shorter, the sharper turn.
No, I've definitely run it that way, and I actually remember tucking the front on the way in. Got a great start and took the front just on that loose dusty bit where the concrete is. But I think that's probably another reason that they've decided to cut that out for the first lap. I think, like you say, it's a good decision. Coming into that, you're coming in quite fast, and if there's a lot of bikes, it only takes one person to make a mistake.
A little bit of skittles, there's far less likelihood of any problems. But anyway, here's Pearson then, no look down this time. Pennington is now right there.
So
last lap flag is
in the background. It looked like, I think I saw Seth Gibson trying to make a move on Chris Lambourne over the tabletop, but he hasn't made that stick.
Chris Lambourne is he makes a wide bike. He's a big lad anyway. He knows where to put it. Oh, here comes Pennington. Is he going to have a run on the final lap? Again, this is another one of those do I, don't I moments.
Don't think he's quite close enough. So in our split screen there, I believe that's Oliver Granger. So Granger currently sat in 10th, so followed by the 53 of Simon Burgess and the 97 of Dax Almond.
But both of these guys going to the outside then on this final lap. Yes, and then obviously number one son Liam in our academy class, so he's a busy boy. Saw him ride yesterday. Doesn't normally do 2 days, but his trip to Crail, he decided to put the bike out there yesterday as well, get himself ready for today. So it will be a victory then from Blaine Pearson, from the number 666 of Darryl Pennington. Those two teammates then from the Automotive Solutions team will go up, and they will start from the back row of the grid in our A final later on today. Jake Sayer comes across the line in 3rd. 4th place will be the 58 of Craig Forshaw, and then 5th place will be Chris Lambourne, number 211 on the Trips.UK Husky, and then the RWJ Honda of Seth Gibson, number 188, he will take 6th. So front row then will be Sayer, Forshaw, Lambourne and Gibson for the last race of their day later on this afternoon. That will be B Group race. The last B Group race is always a good one, because everybody wants to go home with a race win, and there's nothing to lose really if you fall off, because you're not going to go, you're not in the A Group anyway.
Yeah, you're not moving up.
So so that's your top 6. 7th place is 43 Oliver Ross. 8th place 82 the Bath Mateless Spanner of James Wood. 9th the 167 of Michael Craig, and 10th the 186 of Oliver Granger. Just to remind you that obviously our normal tower down the side of the left hand side of the screen that we have for our race results is not picking up from my laps for some reason, which unfortunately appears to be outside of our control here at the circuit. So we're not able to have our tower down the side. So live timing, if you want it, is on Speedhive mylaps.com, but we can't get that to automatically populate our stuff. But we can see it and we will tell you, so that's good enough in my book. So our race comes to a close and the guys leave the track. Everybody yesterday saying how physically demanding this Crail circuit with this two proper good off-road sections has turned out to be, and so they will be certainly wanting to get back to the pits. There's our schedule then, so we're just coming then Group B race 2. Well, that was scheduled to be on track at 3:15 and we're at 10 to 4 now, so we're running about 35 minutes behind. So we'll have our Group A race next, and then we will take a short break, and then we will be back with Academy race 3 and our C, B and A group final races. There is the number 33 of Jay Smith on the Trips.uk MTR KTM, that bike built by Franco Mollo in Austria. He is the guy that puts these bikes under the likes of Lucas Holbacher in the World Championship, and super competitive, super trick bike. The man from London then enjoying his racing this year, come with a different mentality. Danielle, he's been easy to have his head drop in the past, but he's just taking every race, taking the points, not getting too excited about stuff, and taking what the day gives him. And that appears to be paying dividends. There is the number 100 of Alex Mullaney. He's on the contrary, he's been having a difficult time of it. Some of it not through anything, that he has some issues that caused him problems in a couple of the earlier rounds, which hopefully they've got sorted out. There's Dougie Cunningham, but Mullaney finished 7th, I think, in that last one. So
our TM Leeds UK rider's been popular on our live chat over on YouTube. A lot of people cheering them on over there, so I'm sure there'll be plenty of people keeping an eye out on the number 100 and that number 1 TM 450 that we will have out there with Chris Hodgson on board.
Yeah, so Mullaney then, again, he's 17 or 18 years old. I think he's still 17. He's very young, I know that. And he's one of those guys that he is the future of the sport. He just needs to bide his time and just let it come to him a little bit. But he's certainly got the speed. But the transition, change of machinery this year, and just taking a little while for that to all gel for him. But the speed is definitely there, and we will see the red plate on that number 100 at some point.
There's our two fat and fast riders. So we got the 42 of Oliver Holmes and the 54 of Richard Blakeman. So Richard Blakeman starting in 5th. So he's on the 2nd row for this race too. Also worth looking, see if we can see the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. Now, I know he clipped his foot in race 1, and he said he was in quite a lot of pain. We didn't manage to grab an interview with him after race 1. But
was he a bit scary, was he?
Oh, he has made the
yeah,
grid.
he's there.
He's got a boot on.
He'll have iced that up. And there he is, Jamie Duncan then, the man on the Contract Solutions at KTM, started from pole in the first one and got the whole shot. And he will certainly be looking to do the same again.
So the 54 of Richard Blakeman there. He's got that bike lent over to try and get as much oil into that clutch as possible. Ready for the race start. Alongside him, the number 30 of Dougie Cunningham on board that TM, making a return to racing. I think he was also our rider of the day yesterday.
He was indeed. So red flag then waved, we point to the lights, and here we go then, race 2 of the day. Away they go. It looks like a decent start then from Jamie. He's going to lead. Now is Odger going to try and run it around the outside? Now don't forget, we're into this right hander at the end of the straight first. We're not going into the off-road. Is that going to give him a chance to have a run down the back straight into the chicane? it's not. So Hodgie sat there. Murray already up to third, so he's made the pass. Blakeman there in fifth. Sharp round the outside, trying to make the pass. He cuts down in mid-air almost there. Everybody else going through. The photographer there in the dirt. So Harley Sharp, then he tips off in that last one as well. So he started from the back of the grid. A quick look over from Jamie Duncan to see who he's dealing with.
I think he'll know exactly who it is on his tail in this one.
So will we see the same? Because Scott Murray did take a while to, obviously he made a big mistake that cost him a lot of time. Chris Hodgson, as always, Saturday when we see him racing, always on old tyres, so he gets himself set up, new tyres for Sunday, and he's always a better performer on the major championship day. And it looks like he's going to be the biggest challenge then to Jamie Duncan. Just on this opening lap then, it does look quite bad on camera, but the breeze that we have blowing it away nicely. There's Smith, there's Mullaney, Cunningham in there as well, just putting a pass on Bennett. Harley Sharp then with Chris Walker. So that's the entire field through.
So Jamie there choosing to take the inside line. It looks like he's pulled a slight gap over the number one of Chris Hodgson. He wasn't quite as close as we've seen him in race one.
It has another look. He's got his head down, hasn't he? So whether he can get away that tweaked foot or not, he's going to try and put a gap into Hodgson. It's a slightly short race. We've just lopped a couple of laps off, I think. So just to try and get a little bit of time back, it all adds up. We've got to get everybody home. It's a long way back for a lot of these guys, and with the delays that we've had, both of those guys electing not to run the berm. They're skirting around the inside.
Yeah, Jamie choosing to take the outside line. Chris following a little bit there, running it a bit wider, and then Jamie on that jump on the exit, taking it really high, so it's actually making it a little bit shorter for him. Jumping into the berm.
So 2.8 the gap back to Scott Murray, but I think that Murray is on the move. It looks like he's closing in. The lead that Duncan had, that seems to have evaporated, because Hodgie's right on the back of him. There's Harley Sharp then trying to put a move on the 255 of Carl Eccleston, but the little bit of a breathing space that Duncan had on that number 7, that looks like that's disappeared, and it does look like the 234 of Scott Murray is closing in. They've dropped Richard Sharp. In fact, has Sharpie gone back beyond Blakeman? So I thought I saw a dash of orange rather than a dash of grey, which is the it is indeed. So Blakeman has made the pass on Richard Sharp. That Sharp falling down the order, so
yeah, looks like Richard Sharp may have had a bobble somewhere.
Is that Sharpie's bike there at the side of the track, just in the off-road? Did see a yellow flag, so he's dropped right down the order. There's a bike, I think, at the side of the circuit there, so he's gone down. That's not a good day for him. Murray is closing in, definitely. So the Honda rider then on the 234, he will get onto the back of this battle very, very shortly at the rate that he's going, just on 2 seconds. Last time by, let's see what it is this time by. There he is. And it's a long gap back then to Richard Blakeman in 4th.
So currently fastest rider on track is the 234 of Scott Murray, doing a 107.161, and that was on his last lap, so he's definitely pushing to try and chase these two guys.
So this was where I thought I saw the bike of Richard Sharp by the side of the track. No, it is not there, that's just some tyres. I thought that was Sharpie's bike, just in the dust, and wherever he has fallen by the wayside, whether that's a mechanical, we'll try and find out in the break coming up after this race.
Looks like we've also got the number 30 of Dougie Cunningham dropping down the order on our timing screen, so not sure where we've lost him.
So here we see the number 234, the Scott Comp Honda in the background. This is as close as Hodgson's been for a few laps. Oh, big mistake there from Murray. He's not got over that jump at all. So I think that's his challenge done. As fast as he's going, all of a sudden he's a long way adrift.
Yeah, looking at our split screen there, we've got the 110 of Chris Eastwood currently sat in 12th, making his way out of that off-road section.
The racing and cruising Honda then of the man from, again, up this neck of the woods. He's a Glasgow boy, and he's been away injured and come back full time. I think he was back at the beginning of the season, but certainly picked up, I think, at round 3. But these are your race leaders then, and it's still the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. It goes to the inside to try and close down the options for the number 1 of Chris Hodgson on that TM Leeds entry down the back straight. It looks like that might be Richard Sharp that they're catching. We'll just have to see what happens. Oh, it's getting close now. Into the final couple of laps. This one is ticking down very, very quickly. So rider standing up. Is that a puncture then for Richard Sharp? Or a puncture for somebody?
Oh,
that might be Chris Walker.
Eastwood blasting over the top of that berm there, making a right meal of it, and having to rejoin on the other side of the grass.
Didn't take any advantage that I could see, so just not crashing. That was a good result for him.
Yeah, managing to stay on. So Duncan and Hodgson heading up through this off-road section.
Is Chris going to send it? Oh, he's gone around the outside. Has he got the drive? No, he's not.
No, Duncan taking that line away from him on the outside.
But Chris is a smart man. He doesn't win a championship every year just because he throws it where he needs to. He's a very calculating rider. He will take the points that are on offer, not take the risks. Obviously, he's on the back foot after sustaining a collarbone injury at round 1. So he's definitely behind the 8 ball, and the chances of him retaining chance of retaining the title this year very much rely on other riders having the same kind of misfortune that he's had. But when you think that he's pinned and plated on that collarbone, it's putting in an absolutely fantastic ride. But still not able to find a way past Jamie Duncan, and this is he's going to run round the outside. It needs a mistake from the number 7 because he's going to go the other way. Like I said, he doesn't like to change lines, so and that looks like it's actually cost him time. So we'll have to close that back in. Murray then now a distant 4 seconds in 3rd. Mullaney and Williams then in the split box, and 6th place for Alex Mullaney. This is a good result for him. He's had all sorts of issues, just tipping off, trying to get used to that bike. He's not been on a big bike that long, and change. It's a massive change from the KTM stroke Husqvarna bike over to the TM, and Hodgson has been I won't say he's mastered it yet, but he's certainly gone about it in a way that's not seen him have too many problems. Mullaney's just been finding the limit of that TM a little bit too often, and I do know that once he gets that sorted out, he will be a threat for the podium for that team, which is what they are hoping that he will do. He's the next Chris Hodgson in their eyes, and that's a decent thing to be saying, because he's at the sharp end of this one. These boys have been racing since before he was born, so good to see that. But here's Duncan then. Looked like Hodgie was going to have a bit of a slide in there, but it's not the case. He is closing him down again. I'll have a look round and expecting to see the last lap flag this time by. Are we going to get that? Yes, we are. So 1 to go. Duncan has a look. Hodgie usually takes this as an indication that it's a chance to pass, but this Crail circuit not giving opportunity. Quite a bit of passing going in the opposite direction yesterday. Maybe that's something that we can consider. All of the jumps designed for this direction. Again, Duncan goes to the inside and he does make it out of there really nice. Hodgie deciding not to follow at the exit of that. I think that's just that's almost one barrier too long to enable the guy from the outside to take any kind of advantage. So just a few corners to go then, this final dirt section, and as long as Duncan doesn't get the front wheel and climb out of that berm, which he doesn't, he rides that absolutely nicely, and he'll take his, hopefully for him, his second victory of the day. Hodgson will come in second, and a decent third place then for the 2-3-4 of Scott Murray. Eccleston pulls over and lets the race leaders by, and they will take the checkered flag. And round of applause from the side of the circuit then for the local man Jamie Duncan on the Contract Solutions KTM. He will take his second victory of the day. Murray will come across the line third. Blakeman will be fourth. And it should be the number 33 of Jay Smith with Mulaney, and there's Mulaney coming across the line in sixth, so he'll be pleased with that. Lee Willow Williams then on the high-tech coatings, Husqvarna, he'll come across the line in seventh. Eighth place, a great ride then from the 79 of Peter Bennett. Ninth place should be Dean Hillier, and 10th, sneaking up while nobody was looking, the godfather of British Supermoto on the Bathmate KTM, Andy Mitchell. So a good ride from him. The rest of the riders come in then. So that is the end of our second group of races. We will wait for Danielle to get down in the holding area and do our post-race interviews. And then we will be taking a short break, and we will be back with the third group of races from round 4 of this British Supermoto Championship here at Crail. As you can see, an absolutely perfect sky, just a few little fluffy clouds over the Firth of Forth, and we're tucked away in a little dark cupboard, but I'm telling you now, I'm not worried about that, because it's really nice and cool in here. Everybody outside getting a little bit sunburnt. My legs, just from wandering around on Friday, have taken a little bit of a beating from the sun. There we have our nice view. That's from the dirt section. Our new cameraman down there doing an excellent job for us this weekend. So again, thanks to the TNL Sports crew for bringing us this excellent coverage of. There's Andy Mitchell, a nice two-footed rolling stoppie. He'll be pleased with a 10th place. And yeah, bringing us all the action of this Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship. One more group of races to go. We'll get back into the pits during the break and try and find out what happened to whom, as we always do, to bring you the latest news. And as Daniel says, if you want to use our social media outlets to give us a mention, then that would be great. And obviously share to your friends on Instagram, Facebook and YouTube, at British Supermoto on Instagram, and our Facebook then, British Supermoto Championship, and the YouTube is at TNL Sports for all of that action, and BritishSupermotoChampionship.com on the website. So we're just waiting for our roving camera in the pit lane to pick up our race lead, our podium, and then we will be going down to Danielle. Like I say, we're in that white building there on the left hand side of the picture. Those nice windows in the front, then that's the room next door to us, and we're buried in the back of that. And we could be anywhere on earth. We can hear the bikes, here they come. Here's Davide Mastro then bringing the number 1 of Chris Hodgson into the holding area. There is Danielle. The guy's just grabbing a drink. There's the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. Chris looking like he's had a bit of a workout there as well. It's definitely warm here today, and it will be the Scott Comp Honda of Scott Murray that will be on 3rd place on the podium. I think his bike's already back at the thing. Danielle doing decent. That's I think that's our uncle there that is. She's helping out with the bike. Excellent stuff. Multitasking. So we'll go down to Danielle in pit lane.
So it looks like Scott Murray's forgot to bring his bike down. But yeah, you look like you were trying to make a move at the start of that race, but weren't able to sort of make a pass. Did you make a mistake?
Yeah, I made a bit of mistake at the bottom off road, and then once you lose the gap, you've lost the gap. So I just cruised around basically where I was, and hopefully they two might have took each other out, but no, it's fine. It was just a quiet race, really.
Yeah, pretty lonely race for you in third there. We'll just wait for these riders to go past. It's a bit loud. But yeah, steady race for you, so I think that's a fourth and a third, isn't it?
Yeah, fourth and a third, so it's fine. Maybe if I can try and get away with them a bit closer, you know, they just got me the first few laps, and once you've lost the gap, it's so hard, but just try and stick with them a wee bit longer.
Yeah, definitely trying to stay with them in them first couple of laps.
Yeah, definitely.
So we'll try and grab a word with our second place man. So it was second again, pretty much a replica of race one.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, I tried to pass Jamie around the outside on the first lap, but he was wide slit and just ran a bit wide. Yeah, not a lot to say about that one, really. We went 2 clicks one way on the rear shock, and I think I need to go 2 the other way now.
How are you managing with all the heat?
Sorry?
How are you managing with the heat?
Yeah, it's not too bad. Surprisingly, my fitness feels quite good. I'm still knocking out the laps in late on in the race and feel fairly fit. Yeah, I took it easy at the start of the race, just so I could pick my lines through the dust and that. And then after that, I just thought we'll give Jamie a bit of hassle, but it didn't seem to work.
Yeah, we know Jamie normally likes to push later on in the laps. How did you manage in that one?
Just surviving, really. My foot's absolute agony, so all I was just trying to do is keep Chris behind me and block him. Some of the lines I was having to take weren't exactly the best, and I was casing the double up there every lap, and that was just going right through my foot. So, see what the next race is going to bring. It's going to be difficult coming back from 8th, but just have to see what happens.
Yeah, we do have that reverse grid for race 3, so that's always worth keeping in mind. It's going to be a case of trying to make as many passes in the early laps.
Yeah, it's going to be just as many as I can get in that first lap, and then settling a rhythm. I'm going to be struggling picking different lines in off-road because I can't even dab my foot. So just have to try and see what happens. All I need to do is keep behind Chris. So that's what my aim is, just stay right behind Chris, let him plough his way through.
That's a good plan. Oh, but we will see you for race 3. I think we're going to take a little bit of a break while we've got our all-comers mini bikes out, and then we'll rejoin for Academy race 3.
So welcome back then to the Costa del Crail. It's a beautiful summer's afternoon for our final group of races then. Supermoto Academy Race 3, brought to you by FF Solutions Limited Design and Build. A company run by Jay Smith, our elite championship rider. It's a beautiful, it says it's 19 degrees and cloudy, but it's not. The 2 mile an hour wind, it's not that either. It's a little bit blowier than that. There's Leon Toll, number 77 on that KTM, the racing and cruising rider. He's had a decent day today. But no, it is an absolutely fantastic day here. Been a brilliant day's racing. We've had a few delays, unfortunately, which occasionally we get, and we just have to deal with those on the hoof. There's the 101. That's not Tyler Clark. That is Ollie Mullaney in the background there. The number 5 of Archie Reynolds and the 79 of Jackson Bennett. So that's the younger brother of our under 21 champion. 62, not familiar with him. I think he's one of our Scottish riders. There's the 58 of
So
Max
62
Rose.
is Archie O'Donnell. So I believe he's one of our Scottish riders that's joined us for this meeting.
Oh, cool. Well, like I say, it's great to see these guys and girls from north of the border who've hosted us here this weekend on what is the track that they use for the Scottish Championship, and quite a few of those taking to the track this weekend. We've had a decent entry to the point where all classes are bursting out the seams, as it turns out, especially yesterday. A few short today. A few guys just rode yesterday, but track conditions then, tarmac absolutely perfect, some decent heat in it. The off-road is dry and dusty, which is it's been a little bit testing. If you've been watching the earlier coverage, you'll know that we are not running the first off-road section on the opening lap, just because all the riders there are all on top of each other. It's a little bit too dusty. But once the race is underway, the breeze that we have here on the Firth of Forth blowing away the dust quite admirably. And as a result, we're getting some decent racing in. But Blake Wilson then been the class of this field, running ahead at the front of both of these. He won the C Group race as well, and he will be up into the Bs for the next time. There's the number 6 of Tyler Clark, number 77 of Leon Tall on the racing and cruising bike. So there is our front row then. It is the 08 of Blake Wilson, the 19 of Tyler Humphreys, the 40 of Archie Ormrod, and the 125 of Bell Wingate. There's been some great racing in this one then, Danielle, and whilst Wilson's running hid at the front, we've seen Bell Wingate give Archie Ormrod a run for his money for at least 2/3 of that last race.
Yeah, good ride there from Bell Wingate. So starting on the front row from this one, see if she can convert that into a good start. She got a good start in the last one. It looked like her teammate struggled slightly in that one. But yeah, great ride from Bell there on board her RWJ Husqvarna 85. Looking at our YouTube live chat, we've got a few good looks for Lily Rhodes and also Liam Pearson, so we'll keep an eye on them.
So lights go out and away they go then. The final race of the day for these boys and girls, and it is straight to the front for the number 08 of Wilson. Oh, took a little bit of a tuck there. So the track there'll still be a little bit of dust getting onto the circuit there. So Ormrod then, he's there in third. Wingate there in fourth. Second position is Humphreys. Oh, change the line. It does look, when you look at it from the side of the track, that looks like almost like a vertical wall, that to step up into that second off-road section.
Yeah,
decent
especially
start
on
for
these
Archie
little
Reynolds.
bikes. There is Liam Pearson there in the mid-pack. A few riders taking that outside line.
A lot of work gone into this Crail circuit over the last
Ormrod looks like he's
few
put
weeks.
a pass on Tyler Humphreys. So
has.
he's up to second.
So that's against the run of play, because Humphreys has had the measure of him pretty much this weekend. The rest of the field streamed through, but race leader then already checking out stage right.
Humphreys there trying to make a move round the outside, but
That
not
was
just
where he
quite
made the
enough
pass.
room.
That was where he made the pass last time, wasn't it? Wingate there in fourth. She's running the high, wide and handsome line, and it looks like Leon Tall is the next rider along, or is that Archie Reynolds? It might be Reynolds, you know.
Yep, I think that is the number 5, the TM Moto Leeds UK rider.
He is,
of
he's
Archie
there.
Reynolds.
So whatever he's had for breakfast this morning, like I said, he was just been a little bit off what we've been seeing from him since he switched to that 85cc TM. But he's back having a go, and there he's just in the background, and we're just not quite coming to shot yet, but it's certainly his best performance of the weekend so far. So Ormrod goes to the inside, Humphries to the outside, and both of them being pretty careful over there. Now, obviously, with the breeze, does affect the smaller bikes in the air. You've got to make sure you don't get blown off course a little bit in the air. On a pass then, Humphries, as he went out wide and just cut back underneath the number 40 of Ormrod then.
Yeah, Ormrod looked like he was trying to go for a look up the inside, but just wasn't close enough to make anything stick. See there in the mid-pack, looked like a pass that we had there on, I believe that was Breezy Foods, so that potentially was Rip Jennings making his way through there.
So into the dirt section then for the second time. Let's see if Belle Wingate can give Ormrod any kind of problems. Like I say, she's been really, really decent today. State of our marshals and our cameramen after this day in the dust will be having a tan that washes off. But it looks like the battle then for third is just starting to peter out a little bit, because Wingate just did not quite get out of that off-road as sharp as she would have liked, and Ormrod has got an extra couple of bike lengths to advantage. Whether he can come back at Humphries or not, I do not know.
Our race leader's already out in front to the tune of 5.6 seconds.
But this kid has been
impressive.
He's done more laps around here than anybody this weekend. If he doesn't know his way around by now, then he needs to have a word with himself. But he's been really impressive, and as I joke about running it away at the front and spoiling it for everybody, it's good to see that when these guys can get up and run with Wilson, they will know where they are in the world. He's a good rider. Humphries ran him, to be fair, Humphries ran him really well.
Looks like we've had a domino effect of riders down in that second off-road section. So all riders jumping up, I believe. I think there's just a few bikes there stuck, so we've got a few marshals helping them all rejoin. I think one of those is Cole Reynolds.
Yeah, Cole Reynolds on the 65 there. And it looks like a little bit of track furniture into the bargain.
There's a few riders stuck there as well, not able to restart. So we'll see what happens when our leaders come round.
Okay, well, they will be there shortly. A rider down that looks like Leon Tall is... was that one? It was definitely one of the Tall brothers.
I think that may be Harris.
Yeah.
It was stopped there.
Yeah, Harris Tall. There's yellow flags out then, so they've just got to make their way through.
Yeah, so that's Ruby Booth there. I think that may also be Josh Walker that's down. But
all riders up and okay, but just struggling to get the bikes to fire. And obviously on a warm day like today, they can sometimes be a little bit of a pain in the neck to get to restart, especially when they've been upside down. So Reynolds then, he sat there off the back of this group in fifth, but Wingate is doing her best to hold on, and she and also her teammate are very, very good at not letting go. Lily Rhodes then back in 15th, so whatever happened to her at the start, she's having a bit of a struggle. But, jumping from a big bike to a small bike, one race to the other, not the easiest of things to do. So Wingate then, she's nice and steady through here, not making sure that she doesn't get too buried in the deep. Almost like Fesh. It's really powdery. They come through. That's the number 6 of Tyler Clark. Oh, he couldn't make his mind which way to go there. Wingate wasn't either.
And there's a tyre in the middle there, so both of them doing well to make the way around that. Hopefully a marshal can get that moved.
So nice view of that tree. It almost looks like something tropical, doesn't it? But yeah, this circuit then, right out on the coast, and the breeze keeping the dust away. That is the number 6 of Tyler Clark. He's a new rider to this paddock. This is his first season.
Yeah, he's currently down in 21st, so maybe one of our riders that had a bit of bobble on the opening laps of this race.
There's Archie Reynolds on the number 5, and then
I think that's Jackson Bennett then making his way through.
Ollie Ross as well. So good battles all the way down. That's Max Rhodes on the 58. There is Wingate then across the line. The gap to Ormrod then Couple of seconds now as our race leader into the off-road.
No, I think that's Tyler Humphries into
No,
the
it is that-
off-road.
it is
So
Humphries,
he's
yeah.
actually in second. Blake Wilson's still out in front with about an 8-point-second lead.
They're both on KTMs, but the giveaway I was using yesterday is that massive scoop on the brake.
Oh, it looks like we've got a retirement there from one of our riders.
Oh, and Humphries has spilled it. So Humphries has ended up on the floor.
So Ormrod's found a way through, so has Bell Wingate. So that'll demote him down to 4th.
He's had to go. He had to go the long way round to make your way round a slower rider there. Oh, that was a big knock for Ormrod there. He just washed the front out into that berm. But, yeah, Ormrod then will inherit that second position. It just goes to show, we've seen it all day, it's really, really easy to end up on the floor here in this off-road at Crail. This really soft dirt and the dust.
So I believe it should be last lap next time. Our leader Blake Wilson now out in front with there he is, you can see him there going through the off-road, so he should be seeing the last lap flag next time round. Have a look here through the off-road to see if any of our marshals have had a chance to go move that tyre. No, it's still there, but all the riders will have seen it by now.
I think they're all jumping over it pretty much, aren't they?
So it is Blake Wilson heading down through the chicane into the off-road section. I think he's lapped currently up to around 11th. So fab ride from him, doing a 118.3. Looks like he's just there nipping past the, I think that is Ruby Booth.
Yeah, she's obviously got the bike restarted from that earlier incident, but she's had some decent rides of late, so she'll be disappointed that she ended up on the floor. It may well not have been anything to do with her, just like I say, a bit of a domino effect. So our race leader then across the line to take the last lap flag. There is the sea in the background. This is what we're looking at. There's just a little bit of a field, and that is the view out onto the North Sea. And we are enjoying a very, very nice day here to bring to a conclusion this round 4 of the Trips UK the Supermoto Championship at Crail. So it's been a long while since I've managed to get to this circuit, and every time everybody comes here they rave about it. Yeah, our tyre has been mopped up. So wheelie then for Wilson, final time down the back straight. But let's not forget this is not his last race, because he's going to have to go again in the B group final.
Well, at least he is getting a bit of a break this time.
He will get a race break this time, so that's good. But his off-road skills have definitely improved.
So it looks like Humphries has found a way past the 125 of Wingate and is back up to 3rd. So he'll be looking to try and find if he's close enough to catch Archie Ormrod, but I don't think he's got enough laps.
I don't think so. Last lap his flag is already out, so literally the last half a lap. And there's probably only about 3/4 of a second between them as far as the lap times they're doing, and that gap probably about 3 seconds. But there's a win then for the number 8 of Blake Wilson. He takes the checkered flag. I did take that photograph yesterday from the top of the comms tower, looking out over the sea. Part of my things that I'll never do anything with, but I'll look at on my phone. And we come in second position, and we're waiting for Ormrod and Humphries.
So Humphries has closed that gap right down, but I don't think he's going to be close enough to...
Oh, he has, he's done him. We missed that. So Humphries managed to make the pass on Ormrod on that final circuit. So Humphries comes across the line, just 0.2 in it there. They were, they're almost 30 seconds back, so difficult to pick them up in the traffic. But Tyler Humphries then recovering to nick that second place on the final lap from Archie Ormrod. Wingate's come across the line in 4th. Archie Reynolds, a good 5th for Archie Reynolds. 6th place Edward Darnton on that 65 Yamaha. Number 79 Jackson Bennett in 7th. Max Rhodes in 8th. Liam Pearson crosses the line in 9th. And he obviously had a few issues, and Leon Tall manages to pass Ollie Ross on the final lap to take 10th. that is our final Supermoto Academy race 3 in the books. And those guys and girls will be ready to get cleaned up, bar for the 2 or 3 that are going to be back out on track for the next race. Blake Wilson then going up to the B group, so he's got a little bit of a break, as Danielle said earlier on. And I'm not sure who that rider is that's going to be pushing in, one of our Scottish contingents, I do believe.
Yeah, I'm not sure looking at timing, unfortunately. So it'll be Supermoto Group 3, should be in the holding area. So we will wait to see where they are. We'll see if we can catch them in the holding area. I'm sure our top 3 will make their way down there also to get a little bit of a podium photo as well. So that'll be Wilson, Humphreys and Ormer.
Indeed, there is the Scottish flag flying in the breeze. There is Gavin Scaife on the Automotive Solutions. I think that's a KTM. You'll probably tell me it's Husky. This race then brought to you by Contact Solutions, Precision Engineers, it's Jamie Duncan's company. Up here, just down the road in Cooper, making some of the finest pieces that machines can spit out. There's the 46 of Mike Francis. Absolute giant on that bike. There's the 619 of Brett Barlow. He's enjoying his new throttle setting. They've thrown the kitchen sink at that Bathmate Husky over the last 2 nights, and lots of setup changes on that. Obviously Barlow, a new rider, hasn't got a clue what he's doing. That's really harsh, but he doesn't know what he doesn't know yet. He's just riding the bike and thinking he needs this.
He's learning as he goes.
He's learning as he goes, and had some good support from a lot of people in the paddock, and they've sorted the forks out for him. Obviously Brett's he's a bit of a unit anyway, so we're getting the forks stiffened up, getting the shock right, shortening the wheelbase on that bike as well to get it to turn a little bit better, and even things like just the positioning of the throttle setting, making sure there's not too much free play in it, all going just to make the riding a little bit smoother, and us making what energy you have last that little bit longer. And obviously you will know yourself, you had to ride a different bike yesterday, and it's never easy just to jump on something else and have everything fit you just right.
Yeah, did a couple of changes, swapping bikes yesterday after qualifying. So things like adjusting where the clutch lever was. I've got smaller hands, so trying to get the clutch biting point in the right spot, making sure I ended up actually swapping my brake over because I prefer to feel of my own front brake and things like that. So I ended up running the Cobra front brake over my dad's standard Brembo, which just gave me much more confidence and feel.
And Supermoto, things like this are far more noticeable than they are on a motocross bike, and while setup is important, it's fairly... Oh, there's Jamie Wigglesworth, he's coming out to have another go. I did not see him in race 2, whether he's just iced that hand up and he's going to have a wobble round just to make up the numbers, but he does like being out there on the track. He's done some cool stuff. He's done a lot of trekking across all sorts of places in Asia on bikes and all sorts of different things, and welcome addition to the paddock. There's the 52 of Richard Sheen.
Then we've also got Lily Rhodes there on her 250. You can see Ollie Sims, he had a good race.
He crashed out though, didn't he? He went down.
He did. So I think he'll be looking to redeem himself in this one and make some passes early on.
Bell Wingate on the back of the grid. So we wait then for the lights to go on and go off. There's the Cranked Up Racing 164 of Sean Jones on the front row. You get the point to the lights and away they go.
So it looks like a whole shot from Sean Jones, so making a repeat of race 2, followed by the 614 of Mark Adamson.
So Adamson then going to try and make a run down the inside, a bit of local knowledge there maybe, and he lets Jones just run out. We saw some passes around there yesterday when they were running the opposite direction, and it does seem that if you let the rider go in and have the inside line, you can square it off and cut on underneath them on the way out. Kevin Kay in there in third. That looked like, was that Barlow there in fourth, or was that Crail?
Yeah, I think that was Barlow there in fourth as he made the jump over that tabletop, so he's putting all sorts of pressure on the 21 of Kevin Kay.
So let's see if the Big man on the 619 can move his way forward. There is Francis, there's Wrigglesworth, there's Sims. The rest of the field coming through. A few riders light in this one. There'll be a few that have, after 2 days of racing here on this circuit, have decided that, do you know what, I'm good. And got themselves packed up for the long trip south. And say it has been a fantastic weekend here. The legendary Ladies' Day that took place on Friday, with all a lot of the women in the pits going to the local hostelry and enjoying a day in the sun, and everybody enjoying their trip here north of the border and being made very welcome by everybody at the East Scottish Kart Club and Scottish Supermoto. They've done a great job here of this circuit, but we're waiting then to come back into view. It's Jones still there in second. Really want to see him nab a race win. He's been so close so many times, but been on the podium quite a bit, and a few top threes, but never. He was right on the top of that berm then.
Yeah,
was Kevin
very
Kay.
nearly popped out.
He was teetering then. I could twice the size of dinner plates. It's one of them things where if I drop over at the other side and the washer's the front, he's going to drop like 5 foot onto the flat concrete. But Jones then, the Crail Up Racing KTM, chasing down the local man Mark Adamson. That's Husqvarna. Is it? No, it's not.
It's a KTM.
It's a KTM. It's got an orange frame. Just look, can we just go back to having bikes so we knew what colours they were?
He's confusing you even more. His is black and green.
But yeah, back in my day, you knew what everything was. Suzuki's were yellow, Hondas were red. It was dead easy. I'm going to go outside and point at some clouds and shout in a minute.
I mean, if you look at mine's red on one side, blue on the other, so that can be really confusing.
You can be really confusing, and I will be honest, I'm not really sure. I think it's a Husky, wasn't it? Yes, it is.
It's a Husky.
But anyway, all of these bikes, then a lot of them are obviously KTM and Husky, are very, very similar. Gas also, though. We don't see any gases. I don't think there's been a gas Supermoto bikes. I think the motocross version only runs a 4-speed gearbox, which means that it's not really a lot of use for this, but they seem to switch from releasing an SMR KTM or an FS Husky every couple of years to keep the paddock updated.
It's also worth noting that Ducati have also brought out that Desmo 450. So once that actually gets released, it might be worth taking a look at. I'm not 100% sure on the specs. Looks like we have Barlow down in the off-road there in the background.
Looks like Brett went down in that second off-road. Yes, so obviously Triumph also releasing a bike. They've got a 450 motocrosser coming. However, obviously they're made in my hometown. I understand that the motocrosser will be a 4-speed, which means it's not really something that's going to easy, unless the 250 gearbox will slot into it, or it's an easy job to put an extra cog in. You definitely need a 5-speed gearbox to give these bikes the legs on the tarmac. You would get away with a 4-speed box around here, no doubt, but the longer tracks, the fast tracks like a lot back straight at Three Sisters.
I think it's good that some of those big brands are leaning more into Supermoto. So Ducati especially, I've worked with in the past with their Hypermotards, so that's 698 Supermoto.
Yeah.
As much as they don't market it as a race bike, riding it on the road, you can sort of see some similarities in it. And they've been kind enough to let me take that out for a spin. KTM UK also doing a little bit with them later on in the year. So it's good to see that these brands are taking note of what's happening in the British Championship. So it's always worth keeping an eye out.
They've obviously not got my number then. No, but fair play. No, good. That's good stuff. Getting the bikes out there. So these boys then effectively on what is the same machine, even though they do look different. But Jones has, I'd say, he's got his own little YouTube channel there, which is a decent watch of a man who's a hobby racer and all the things that go on behind the scenes to get the bike ready for the weekend, and getting a few followers. So that's good to see. Watched a little bit of his stuff, and I will confess that I'm not a great consumer of bike related stuff on that there internet. All the stuff that we do, it's nice to look at other things. So I have given his channel a look, and it is pretty good. It kind of keeps you interested.
So
look forward to see what he comes up with from this weekend with him and his other half been doing some filming. Did I see Riggs in there with the fastest lap?
Yeah, Jamie's currently got the fastest lap with an 18.60. Looking a little bit further down, teammate Brett Barlow, he's dropped down to 12th now, so whatever that incident on the off-road was, that's really sort of scuppered his chances of any sort of podium position in this one.
I don't think that he'll be too disappointed though, because if he's made some decent leaps and bounds with the setup of that bike, he'll be now waiting to go back to Three Sisters, which is obviously the spiritual home of Supermoto in the UK, with a bike that is considerably better than the one he rode there last time, and he will be making the most of that. But here is our race leader, Mark Adamson. Then he does look pretty settled on that bike, doesn't move about a lot. That's a decent bit of lean angle. Seen Ollie Sims there in 7th place, just seeing how he's done. Belwingate in 8th, Tommy Sayer 9th, Lily Rhodes in 10th. It's our top 3 then: Adamson, Sean Jones and...
Ride here quite frequently. I also believe this is one of his first races where he hasn't had to have a parent or guardian sign for him, so I think that was a little bit of a thing at signing on Friday. Yeah, there's Brett just rolling through that off-road. Looks like he's struggling. Oh, is that Lily Rose trying to make a pass on Tommy Sayer, I believe it is? Yeah, it is. So she's right close to him as they head down that straight, so she'll be outgunned on the actual straight, only being on a 250 compared to his, I believe it's a Honda 450. But yeah,
I think that's a KTM actually. Oh, she misses a gear there. That's a KTM. So I'll get you back.
You got me back.
It's
there.
Jake there. It's
Jake's with the Honda.
Jake's with the Honda. Yeah. Oh, the level of smugness in the room here is almost overpowering. But this is, and again, is Jones going to have a bit of a Hail Mary on the final lap, or is he just going to settle for second? The last lap flag is ready then.
Yeah, last lap flag is out, so Adamson knows he'll just have to nurse this one to the end. So Jones looks like he's trying to push that KTM. See how close he gets to him through this off-road. All it takes is one mistake from Adamson.
He's close enough to pick up the pieces, should there be any. That's a certainty. So he's not giving up, but I don't think he's going to force the issue.
Looks like Jamie Wigglesworth hasn't been able to make a pass on Kevin Kay, but there is only 0.2 between them as they cross the line on that last lap.
So you'd say then Riggy's right on him. We'll see if we can see anything in the background. But, this is our battle for the lead. Down the back straight for the final time. I think Rick's got that pass done, you know. I thought I saw the colours, the purple and cerise of the Bathmate crew. I'll shout out to...
That's Sims and Lumsden there.
Yeah.
So it looks like Sims got past the 64 on that last lap. So it really is a few changes in position on this final lap.
Yeah, it's a Bathmate team boss. John Oakes then not with us this weekend. He's not in the best of health, but I think he's got a bit of an injury and not able to contemplate trekking all the way up here and racing a bike for the weekend. So he's a man down this weekend. So race victory then for Adamson. He'll take victory from Jones.
Yeah, lovely wheelie across the line, but we'll see if Wigglesworth has managed to make that pass on Kevin Kay.
No, he's not, unfortunately. So Kay will come across the line in third. In fact, it's Francis that will come across the line, and there's Rig in fifth. So
looks like Sayer's gone down in the off-road, so he's there trying to get his bike turned round.
Right, yeah, I was trying to suss out where he's gone down. Right,
so in that second off-road.
He's spun it up in the second off-road there, gone down. There you can see him in the background.
Yeah.
So he's lit the rear up. So whatever pressure was being applied there by the 56 of Lily Road, she will come home in 8th place, and she'll be happy with that.
Yep, good ride there from the 56 of Lily Rhodes, and then it'll be a 9th for Belle Wingate. So great ride for both those girls.
Considering how much horsepower they're giving away to the bigger bikes, that's a decent performance. So C Group then, that's our final race of the day for them. Next will be Supermoto B, which will be in the holding area. Those guys and girls will be ready to go. Our riders then make their way off the circuit. Like I say, we are running about 45 minutes off our published time schedule. But as with all things motorsport, these things happen, and with the we try and keep the day running as we can, which is why sometimes if we're in front we keep going, because there's nothing worse than waiting around to try and stay on time and then immediately having a delay and ending up with the time running away from you. But we will not be running out of daylight here at Crail, that's a certainty, because light until about 10:30 last night, and it never really truly got dark, to be fair.
No, it being right up here in the north of, well, once say north of Scotland.
It's not even the north of Scotland, there's a long way north from here,
yeah.
But it's as far north as I'm likely to come for a Supermoto event anyway. There is a kart track up at Edsall, which I think is another 2.5 hours north of here, because I did a training day here many moons ago, and the guy came down from there and he said, oh yeah, it's 2.5 hours south for me, and I thought, God, that's just going to be amazing. So British Supermoto B then, brought to you by Race IQ. His next race out on track. Oliver Granger then making his way onto the circuit. Race IQ, they will be the people that will bring you all of your race data in one place. So log on to www.raceiq.com and find out what the launch date for that will be and what you will need to be able to gather all of that data.
I think you can also sign up to receive all the latest news and updates, so just popping your email in. I've done it. Signing on there and you'll get all the up-to-date info of when that is released, so I'm looking forward to that.
So here we go then. And the one at 86 of Granger, the 117 of Dave Spafford. He's having he's finding his feet on that new to him bike. I think that's that bike was one that he's finding his feet really well in this class. The 58 then of the Automotive Solutions Honda of Craig Forshaw. Then it's the 211, the Trips Husqvarna of the Prof Chris Lambourne, and then on the outside of the front row it's the 188 RWJ Honda of Seth Gibson. So we're ready to go then. The lights will go on, and then they will go out. A little bit of a creep there from Forshaw, but he wasn't quick in dropping the clutch. So here we go. It looks like it's Prof that's got the whole shot. It is. It's the 211 of Lambourne.
Yep, great start from him on board that Trips UK Husqvarna as they make their way round the roundabout.
Oh, Gibson's going to get the run down the inside here, is he? Gibson's going to force there in fourth, Sayer in fifth. In fact, is that Sayer in fifth? That looks like that might be somebody else.
So I think that may be the 43 of Oliver Ross on that racing and cruising Honda.
He's in there as well, but I think that Sayer held on to it.
Granger there looking like he got a good start. I think he's up to 8, so good ride from him.
So let's see if Prof can convert this into a race win. He felt he had one that got away yesterday, but to be fair, he was not in a race that had the calibre of riders of Seth Gibson breathing down him. Somebody off in the background, that looks like the 51 of Jason Slater. So Slate's finding himself on the floor, unfortunately. So here we go then into the off-road section. Prof for the first time, and he's a good motocrosser. He's been around a long while, got a lot of bikes and bits and bobs in his stable. Oh, Gibson locks the rear. Oh, that was going to be a block pass and a half, that was, wasn't it?
Yeah, he saved that though, locking the rear up.
Oh, he's going to make the pass. Is he going to make the pass?
Oh! How
he
stayed on.
That was commitment.
That was effort. He put in a lot of effort in there.
Gibbo knows that he's got to make a pass, otherwise Forshaw is going to be all over the back of him. And it is difficult to overtake on this clockwise direction, the Crail circuit. Gibson jumps in. Oh, he blows the berm.
Proper all over the shop.
Yeah,
feet off the pegs. I feel like he just needs to get his head down and focus going forward. Otherwise,
always a pass. There's Ross. Ross is trying to make a pass in the background. This is a cracking race. I said it's always a good one. These boys all want to go back to the truck at the end of a 2-day weekend with a little bit of a spring in the step and a top 3.
So it looked like that was Ross trying to make a pass on, I believe that's Sayer. So Sayer looks like he's actually missing from our timing screen at the moment. Yeah, but it's just updated. Didn't make that pass stick.
Oh, look at that. That's a pass. Gibson's held it on round the outside, that X-Mark Rainer Schmidt Honda. No more than a match for the, what I will say, fairly stock bike of Prof. And Prof a bit of a unit as well. He's a big old lad. He's a tall boy. And Gibson, mere slip of a thinger though. He's a bit of he's starting to get to be a bit of a muscly lad. Training a lot for his racing as well, as I said in the last one. only a few years ago he was on an 85cc Suzuki and having never raced. So he's finding his feet in this sport, and he will be disappointed not to make the A final on qualifying, but it looks like he's got the measure of this one at the moment, so he takes
Gibson
the lead.
Looked a lot smoother once he'd actually made that pass. I feel like he was just trying a little bit too hard to find a way past Chris Lambourne on that one, but it looks like Forshaw's also eyeing up a pass on him.
So Prof then, Chris Lambourne was riding a wide bike. Sayer comes across the line in 4th, Ross 5th, and it's a long way back then to Burgess. Always a big pass around the outside. Is it? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So Forshaw then being brave.
He must have seen that move and thought, I fancy myself a bit of that as well.
And I will tell you now, if somebody passes you around the outside there, you've just got to ask yourself, how are they doing that? Because I guarantee that he would think that there's no way that I can go any faster than this. And all of a sudden somebody just appears on your right hand shoulder with an extra 5 miles an hour, and there's nothing you can do. You can't move them. Once they're there, you can't move them over. There's gravel all on the inside of the circuit there, and you're going to go straight to the scene of the accident, which we really don't want. And he did the same then as Gibson and made that pass stick. Basically got the run on him early on. So Forshaw, a good move into second place on the Automotive Solutions Honda, which will put Lambourne back to 3rd. And there's Sayer and Oliver Ross.
So big shout out also to the 8 of Blake Wilson. So starting from the back of the grid, he's currently sat in 11th. So he's had a great start to this race on that KTM 85.
I'll say there are places on this track where that bike is absolutely the tool to be on, and Wilson is really quick on the off-road on that bike. So Oliver Ross then on the Racing and Cruising Honda. Youngster is again first full season in the British Supermoto Championship, rides the Scottish Series, and I believe he is their under 21 or youth champion. Certainly they picked up a title last year as one of their young promising riders.
Sayer looking like he's making up time on Chris Lambourne through that off-road, so Chris is not doing that double whereas Sayer was, so he's right on him now.
And that is going to close up. The 211 Husqvarna is going to be under pressure. Sayer goes to the inside. Oh, he gets right on the top of the berm.
I feel like he'd just been watching his brother do the same move.
Yes, because that's where he did. His brother went down in the previous race in exactly the same place. And as the track is wearing in, the top of that berm will just be starting to break down a little bit. And you can see Sayer did really well to hold on to that, but he gave up the place to Oliver Ross on the 43 Racing and Cruising Honda. So I think that Ross will now move up to the back of Chris Lambourne fairly quickly. Craig Forshaw then not harming any apexes in that turn. Good 6 foot away, but sometimes these kart circuits there's a little bit more grip to be had, just a little bit off the racing line. Maybe he had a bit of a problem on the way in and just started to push the front. We did see that earlier on in the day.
Yeah, I was just saying on our split screen there, we saw Blake Wilson currently sat in front of the 117 of Dave Spafford. Neil Meelan, again, he's currently sat in 3rd, so he's had a good day today. But it is the 188 of Seth Gibson taking that outside line, looking a lot more smooth and in control than he did at the start of this one.
I will say that Craig Forshaw is not giving him an easy time. He's there within a couple of seconds, though. I think he just made a big mistake in the off-road. Gibson has a look over his shoulder. There's Forshaw, yeah. I think Craig made a bit of a mess coming onto that second off-road and just lit the rear up. Did not get anywhere near over the table, and that cost him a good couple of seconds. So here comes Ross onto the back of 211 of Chris Lambourne. They are pulling a little bit of a gap now on Jake Sayer. There we go, Ross.
Yeah, Ross carrying a lot more speed around that corner than what Chris Lambourne looked to be doing. But again, he's following him into this off-road, so doesn't look like he's able to make a pass. He's staying all over the back of him. See if he takes a different line. Yep, decides to take the outside.
I think that was more a case of Lambourne just goes inside and that's it. And so he gives the outside to Ross. And Lambourne making it through the inside of that turn really nicely, actually. So he's not giving up any time at all, and he's able just to accelerate out into those waves quite nicely. Whereas I think what happens if you go on the outside line, you feel like you may be arriving at him a little bit quick. So there's 4 short, and then here is the battle then with Lambourne and Ross. That inside line just making that turn a lot nicer.
There was also the battle down there between Spafford and Nealon. So them two having a good little battle for 12th. In the background there we can see Oliver Granger, Dax Almond and Michael Craig making their way across the tabletop. So Granger currently sat in 8th. Good result for him, especially playing his double points this weekend.
Yeah, he'll be pleased with that. So 4 short then. There's the race leader. We can see that he is, what was it, 2.5 over the line last time, so we've maybe got a couple of laps left at the most. If we don't get the last lap flag this time by, we're on 7 at the moment. These guys will all be glad to see the last lap flag, nobody more than Chris Lambourne, because he's been under pressure for pretty much the whole of the race, trying to hold the lead and then hold second, and he certainly doesn't want to lose out a chance to have a podium photograph. But he is a big lad. He's certainly 6 foot and then some.
Ooh, a little bit of a wobble there for Dax Almond as he takes the inside to try and find a way past the 186 of Granger. Looks like he does get a better run onto the tarmac, so we'll see if we can find a way up the inside, but he's just not close enough.
So I think Gibbo is just riding this one out now. Last lap flag out then from Andy Koenig, and he will be another man that's been out there in the sun all day. He will be as orange as his shirt. We've definitely got we've drawn the long straw in the broom cupboard today, haven't we? It's nice and cool in here, and as a result, all these guys outside.
I don't know about you, I think I could do with a bit of colour fill.
Well, yeah, possibly, yeah. I mean, I'm not too bad. Although this might wash off, this might all be dirt from camping up in the field at the top there. But here's Gibson then. Final lap, has a look over his shoulder, and I think that he's just doing enough here. He's been on the tarmac enough these last few weeks, and he's just enjoying, going to take that win, and deservedly so. I think he would have rather won the second one, so he could have got an A group start for the final race of the day. But he'll take a checkered flag.
It's all going on in the mid-pack though, so Dax Almond's still trying to find a way past Oliver Granger, and it looked like he was getting him there on the inside. But we'll watch as the 188 makes his way round for the final time. So he's got a sizable gap of about 1.9 seconds. A nice little wheelie there as he knows he's got the space. Couldn't quite do it across the line.
No, that's the XJ Smith, Mark Reiner Schmidt Honda takes the win. 4 short will take a decent second. Lambourne will hold on for 3rd, and then it will be Oliver Ross and Jake Sayer. That's your top 5. 6 then, decent ride then for James Wood. He didn't ride at Rowra. He had a tumble and decided to not participate, so he will take 6th. 7th place will be it's the 53 of Simon Burgess, so that's a decent ride for Burgess. So Burgess comes across the line then from Granger from Dax Almond. There was Wilson as well, so Wilson comes across the line 11th, Meelan 12th, Spafford 13th, and then I think the last rider.
Yeah, I think we've got Duncan Wright, Kev Crowthers, and Andy Hayes.
And those 2 guys were the guys that came up from our C group earlier on. So it just shows you how the qualification works, and under normal circumstances, it's pretty good. The guys from who come up from the C group will not usually make massive progress through the Bs unless they've had an issue in qualifying. So our B group races for the day are done, and just one more to go then, our reverse grid final for race 3 of our Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship here at Crail. It has been a fantastic weekend, and I'm already looking forward to next year, to be honest.
So I've got a question, Phil. After the first 2 A races, who's your money on for the final?
Chris Hodgson.
It's Hodgson. So, speaking to Jamie Duncan after race 2, he said his game plan was to follow Chris Hodgson through because he knew he'd have to make all those passes. Because don't forget, we do have that reverse grid.
Yes.
So, we'll have Jamie on row 2. just have a look here, see if I've got our...
So there is our Legend British Supermoto A, brought to you by Trips.uk, your motorhome hire people in the north of England.
So, on pole, we have, I believe, the 79 of Peter Bennett. So he finished 8th in race 2. Alongside him, Lee Williams, Alex Mullaney and Jay Smith.
So I'm not going to rule out Jay Smith here if he can get the drop, and I'm also going to say that this could be something that Alex Mullaney will seize with both hands. There is Andy Mitchell giving the tap there on the TB logo. His old boss then passing away just before the race at Rowra, which was the reason for his no-show there. And I'm in chat with Andy, just saying that difficult times, and he's got to a point now where he's managed to get his head back in the racing, and very happy to take a 10th place. Here comes Prof, the 211 of Chris Lambourne, to stick his bike on the podium. Whether the other two have gone back to he's going to lean up against the wall, I think he's done. And rightly so.
So our front row, we will have Peter Bennett, Lee Williams, Alex Mullaney and Jay Smith. Then row 2, it will be Richard Blakeman, Scott Murray, Chris Hodgson and Jamie Duncan. And then row 3, it will be the usual grid, and it will be Dean Hillier, Andy Mitchell, Chris Eastwood and Dougie Cunningham. Row 4, we have the Trips UK team boss Chris Walker, Harley Sharp, Oliver Holmes, Kyle Eccleston and Richard Sharp. So I believe Richard Sharp got a puncture in race 2.
He did, he got a puncture in race 2, so he ended up finishing at the back of the grid. Good to see that it wasn't either a mechanical or an injury, which obviously nobody wants to see. But and that will make his life very difficult, because he's been the man that's made these reverse grid races count. Even the races where he hasn't started from the front row of these reverse grid races, because let's not forget that's he's not been gifted a front row start in I think half of the ones that he's won. The last few riders then coming round on to the grid, and we will have our final race of our coverage here at Crail, brought to you by the people at TNL Sports. The number 42 then, Fat and Fast KTM of Oliver Holmes. So there's Bennett on pole looking backwards ruefully. Williams will be doing the same. In fact, we saw Lee Williams go down at Teesside in this race with the reverse grid. So there is the number 100 of Alex Mullaney.
One thing I hope not to see in this race is Alex giving too easy to his teammate. I'd hate to see him basically follow what I'd briefly mention as team orders. I'd like to see him push and go for it. Let's not forget that Chris Hodgson is a round down.
Yes,
Alex will be higher on points than him. I'd really like to see him make a good start with this and get some good points for the championship.
This is an opportunity. Let's not put too much pressure on the lad. Let's see what happens. Race 3 then, our final Trips.uk race of the day here at Crail. We'll point to the lights. Away they go. Not a good jump then from Bennett. Let's see who got the start from the outside. Everybody looks safely through. It's Smith from Bennett, so Bennett did get away. Then it's Mullaney up the inside, so is they going to peel? Oh, Hodgson's already up to third. So Hodge is there in third. Is that Duncan in there behind him?
I think that's Blakeman, followed by...
That's Scott Murray. Murray round the outside.
Scott Murray.
So all of a sudden, Jay Smith in the lead. Mullaney goes to the outside. Hodgson to the inside. And then it's Murray, Bennett, Blakeman, Jamie Duncan, the one that hasn't got through there. Oh, it's really dusty in the back. That's Walker coming through. But let's see the front then, and it is the man from London, Jay Smith, on the Trips.uk MTR KTM. Did he miss a gear then? That looked a bit like it leapt out the corner a little bit. But Mullaney in second, Hodgson third, Murray fourth, Blakeman fifth.
Yeah, so we'll see what Jay can do with a good start. So currently leading as we head into our 12-lap race for this one. So all smoothly over that step down. So Mulaney.
Is he going to make a pass? Is he going to try and stick it up the inside of Jay Smith? Hodgie tries to make a pass on his teammate, doesn't quite make it stick. He's going to have to go the other way. Is that going to open the door for somebody else down the inside?
Looked like Murray was trying to see if he could find a way past, but I don't think he was close enough on that lap.
No, he wasn't. He's dropped off a little bit. Jamie Duncan is the big loser there. He's not made any progress at all. He's still smothered back in 8th. We've got a rider that looks like
I think that was Richard Sharp there at the side of the track, unfortunately. So with Jamie being currently sat back down in 8th, it could really affect our overall.
Well, the master of the overalls is Chris Hodgson. He will be doing everything that he will know that with Jamie Duncan down there in 8th, he will be getting pit boards to tell him that he's got the overall covered, and he will just want to take the points. And here they come then. And Smith is just starting to move away at the front. Is Hodgson going to put a pass on Alex Mulaney, or does he know that he doesn't need to because he's going to have the overall as it stands at the moment?
I think he'd rather get the pass done and have that security of those 3 seconds. He knows that Jay being out in front isn't the end of the world for him. Oh, we've got a rider down there, I believe.
He's up, whoever it is. That looked like might have been Chris Eastwood possibly, or maybe Ollie Holmes. We'll wait and see. Didn't see which part of the circuit that was, but they are up and okay.
I think that was on the straight heading towards our first off-road.
I think you're right. I did say that it was quite gravelly there. So Mulaney then, he's having a good run.
Hodgson trying to see if he can find that inside line across the tabletop. Like you said, it's a bit shorter, but not able to squeeze down the inside of his TM Leeds UK teammate.
So Duncan has already started to make a little bit of movement, and he's already passed Blakeman and Bennett. So he's now up to 5th. So we're looking at 1-1-5 scores as opposed to 2-2-3 for Chris Hodgson. And if Hodgie is getting the scores and telling him that he's got the overall, then he may well not try and put too much pressure on Mulaney. In fact, even just give him the chance to go after the race victory.
I think we may have had Blakeman go down. Looking at our timing screen, he's dropping right off. So I think we may have had Blakeman lose it, so that might have been the rider that was down.
Oh, big pass there. Hodgson manages to put the pass on his teammate, so that will, in my book, cement the overall win for the 18-time British champion, barring disasters, unless we can see the bike of Jamie Duncan finding his way to the front.
That's Oliver Holmes. Back in Peek Through the Dust, there was Eastwood, followed by Eccleston, Pearson, and then Pennington and Holmes. So Holmes will be wanting to try and make his way through this group. Oh, is that Alex down? He just loses the rear.
So Mulaney then just slides off, and this is the thing.
And that's let Jamie Duncan through, so Jamie's up to 3rd.
Oh, that's a disaster. But again, he's just trying so hard, and this is the thing with that TM. It does not quite have the level of forgiveness that the Husky does on the side of the tyre. So this is going to... Well, I'm going to have to do some maths on this one. Either way, it's going to be close. But if Hodgie can take the victory, obviously it's Jamie Duncan's double points round, so that will go to the tally, but the overall victory then...
Yeah, playing his double points, he'd like to win the round,
yeah,
so he can
he's
take
not
maximum from that double points.
He would have fancied himself to back himself for a win here. That's a massive gap back. We lost Murray as well. We have. So Scott Murray has gone missing. It's all changed. Yeah, Scott Murray 17th, Blakeman 16th. So there's lots of riders gone adrift in this one. Dougie Cunningham again up to 6th. Bennett holding on to 5th.
Yeah.
Andy Mitchell in 8th.
Strong ride from Dean Hillier there, the Goon Squad rider. Currently sat in 7th. We know he's had a few mechanical gremlins over the weekend. So there's Jay, Chris, followed by the 7 of Jamie Duncan.
Duncan fastest lap then, but not this time by. He's definitely getting a bit of a wriggle on 3.4 seconds. And Hodgie now all over the back of Jay Smith. We now see Jay take a win as well, because he's had an up and down weekend.
Chris taking that inside line.
Oh, he just hung up. He got the gas on really well coming out of it. He spun himself out of trouble there.
Yeah, he just blew that berm out slightly on the entrance to it with that rear wheel.
And the final race of the day here at round 4 of the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship here at Crail.
Our split screen there, I think that is Trips UK riders of Chris Walker and Harley Sharp. So it's Walker in front, followed by the youngster Harley, putting the pressure on. We've seen Walker's had a few offs in our off-road this weekend.
There was a bit of ribbing going on about Harley Sharp not knowing what Trackcraft was, but if he can manage to put a pass on team boss Chris Walker, then I think that'll be comedy gold when we get to Three Sisters. So is Duncan making any ground on our front two? And I don't think it's about 3.5 seconds, so the gap is pretty stable at the moment.
Yeah, Hodgson's definitely keeping the pressure on the 33 of Jay Smith. Again,
here we go then down the inside. Duncan is... Oh, that was nice by Hodgie. He properly lit the rear up again there. Duncan does look like he's coming. We'll just see him in shot, not quite.
Just not close enough to be able to make a pass on the Londoner.
Dougie Cunningham up to 5th, passes Peter Bennett. So that will... I think that will see him victory in the clubman class. Down the inside this time. The other view from our camera with Kitty down there in the final turn. Smith then just keeping that MTR Trips.UK KTM on the bit of track that he needs to be on. He's not a man to crack under pressure normally. But Hodgie will force a gap if he needs to. Doesn't look like Duncan's getting any closer. So Mulaney then still holding on to 4, so that will be a good ride for him.
Ever so slightly closer on that lap by about 0.2 of a second, so definitely there to pick up the pieces if anything should go awry between these two.
So is Hodgie going to another run back? There's Murray, so Murray's he's obviously been on the floor. That's a bad end to what's been a fantastic weekend for Scott Murray. He took 3 victories yesterday, and Hodgie then just dropping back off our race leader a little, maybe giving himself a bit of clear track, a bit of clear dust-free air, knowing that, well, Jamie is where he is. I don't need to be crashing.
So Harley looks like he's found a way past team boss Chris Walker. So Harley got himself up to 9th, I believe, on that lap. So great ride from him.
But let's not forget that as we look at the screen, they are both behind the legend that is Andy Mitchell, who's up there in 8th place. So Duncan across the line. Didn't see the last lap flag that time, did you, Danielle? I think we've still got a couple to go.
I think we've got 4 laps to go. So
oh, yeah, we have. We've still got quite a bit to go. It was all action in the opening laps, and the race seems to, even though I think it's a little bit shorter than normal, it still seems to have gone on for quite a while. So here's Hodgie down the inside. It must be really difficult to see that berm, but he's letting Jay know he's there. He's giving the man from London a bit of blue mud guard, just to say, I'm here, son, you cannot make a mistake. And that gap that was out a little bit on the last lap is down to nothing again. So here he goes to the inside. Oh, he's made the pass.
Alongside, yeah, made the pass.
Made the pass. He's worked really hard on that one. He tried to make that pass on Jamie Duncan. So that will almost certainly then a win and 2 seconds should give him the overall victory on the day. Will be tight on points. Smith then back to 2nd, but we did both call Chris Hodgson for the win.
Yeah, we did. Saw how he kept the pressure on the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, and you can see he's opened up a gap just from getting past, so he may actually put a fastest lap in now now that he's got past the 33 of Jay Smith. This will be the first bit of clear track he's had all weekend.
It is. He's followed Jamie Duncan for 2 races. He's followed Jay Smith for most of this one. But as normal, you only have to lead 1 lap to win a race, and it's the last one. And he's picked the final to hit the front. Duncan's still the man with the fastest lap, but he's not closing the gap. Mulaney then 18 seconds adrift, and then a long way back to Dougie Cunningham. So the rest of the field fairly spread out. Hillier an excellent 6th, Bennett 7th, Mitchell 8th. Sharp 9th and Walker 10th.
Be worth keeping an eye on the 7 of Jamie Duncan, because if Jay falls into the clasps of him in these final laps, that could really shake up our overall, because that would mean Jamie would have 2 firsts and a second.
That is a different thing. Then Murray then just letting those guys by. Is Jamie closing in?
Yep, so that gap down to Smith closed down to 1.5 seconds on that last lap, with Jamie doing a 1:08 on the last one and Smith doing a 1:09. So it could all happen. It could all happen.
Hodgie going back to the outside and taking that line that he's not been able to do all day. Like he did say in the post-race interview, he looked at doing different lines, and which is not normally his MO. He just likes to stick to where he knows on the track and take no risk. And he's not an 18-time champion for nothing. But Hodgie then, just a little mistake there. There's Smith and there's Duncan in the background. Are we going to get the last lap flag this time by? Is indeed. So Andy Koenig then puts out the last lap flag for our race leader Chris Hodgson. Smith has a quick look. Duncan there in third. Jay will be happy with second. Mulaney, an excellent fourth for him. And it's a fourth with a little tip off as well, which may have given the get out of jail card to Jamie Duncan that he needed with the 1-1-3 scores. That will be down to our timekeepers to give us the overall on that one. And again, because we've lost our uplink facility into MyLapse, we're not able to pull that information through. But I still think that maybe Duncan's done enough with 2 wins and a third against 2 seconds and a win. But maths is a thing. So here we go then. Oh, we got a pass in the background. I think Duncan's managed to fire his way through. Let's stay on this thing. Is he going to come across? Duncan has made the pass on Jay Smith. We missed that. We were just following then. So that is definitely going to give Duncan the win. So what happened to Jay in the off-road? Maybe he made the same mistake. I was watching Hodgie and I couldn't see in the background that I was watching in the front. We got the split screen. And well, right at the death, Jamie Duncan does what he needs to do, I believe. I'm still waiting for a change in the timing. Has he managed it, or was that a back marker? It's really difficult to the timing as he's still showing Jay Smith in second, so maybe that was a back marker and I've got overexcited for no reason at all. But it certainly looked like it in the distant view. The timing shows that it's Smith that's hung on. Yeah, it is. It was a lap rider that was in there. So yay me, getting excited over nothing, unless the timing is wrong, which it very rarely is. So it's Hodgson from Jay Smith from Jamie Duncan, with Alex Mulaney fourth, Dougie Cunningham fifth. A great ride from Dean Hillier in sixth after a weekend of bike issues that he's been working through. Seventh place will be Peter Bennett, eighth Andy Mitchell, ninth Harley Sharp, and 10th Chris Walker. But Chris Hodgson then, it's going to be his nip and tuck whether he's done enough to take the overall, but I think Duncan might still have done enough with 2 wins and a third. But that will go down to our timing and scoring to make that decision. But it will all add up to an overall points tally, and obviously that will be doubled for Duncan in the national point in the Trips.UK British Supermoto Championship points at the end of this round. The podium obviously will be as per normal, but he will get double points having played his joker. And we will wait for our last few riders to come in. It's been a fantastic day here at Crail. It's dragged a little bit at the end due to the earlier incidents that we had, but as I said before, this is motorsport and this stuff happens. Everybody coming in. Last few riders. There's Andy Mitchell, another a side saddle then, a nice side saddle 2-footer into the camera, and he will come across the line, which I think with a season, it's not a season's best, I think he's had a better than an 8th, but he is the grand old man of this class, And our super vet rider still showing that he's got something to offer this class. And he will be the top mathemate rider this weekend. We wait to, and we will wait to get down to Danielle in pit lane. They will hopefully be with Chris Hodgson, Jay Smith and Jamie Duncan. A beautiful view out there over the Firth of Forth. The next round then, 13th and 14th of July at Three Sisters. If you guys want to come along to watch one of these British Championship races, we have an era. Here we can see Danielle doing double duty. Nobody here to put Jamie Duncan's bike on the stand, so as per the last one, Jamie not able to lift it with his bad foot, and Danielle doing her best there to get this thing sped along. But yes, 13th and 14th of July is our round 5 at Three Sisters. And if you want to come along and watch it, I think there's a nominal gate charge, I think of either a £5 or a £10 at Three Sisters. There's a nice country park there to walk around as well, and you can come and watch this racing first hand. Our coverage of it is absolutely top draw from our TNL Sports people, but you can come and watch it first hand as well, live at the circuit for very little cost. So we wait then. Jay Smith going to put his bike on the stand, and we will go down to Danielle in pit lane. She will do the final race interviews of this round 4 down at Crail, and we will look forward to seeing you in a few weeks' time here on the TNL Sports channel. So Danielle just doing podium duties. There are a few crew light this weekend. A couple of people who are normally down there in pit lane not with us. So we'll hand down to Danielle, and she will talk to our podium of Jay Smith, Chris Hodgson and Jamie Duncan.
So we'll just wait for Jay to get his helmet off. I think they're all a little bit out of breath after that one.
You alright?
I'm good, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
3rd place, led it for most of it.
I just made a mistake in race 1, which then, you know what it's like, puts you back 3 rows back, and then you're just dealing with drama to try and get back through. So that was nice to lead that for a bit, and I just really struggled with just like rear grip, just like probably everyone else has seen the same, but I'm just really glad to get this one this weekend done. So I managed to salvage some points, I think, so it's all good.
Yeah, definitely a challenging weekend for you, shall we say. We said it was a bit of an up and down weekend, but to come away with a 3rd, that's still good going. And it's still definitely points in the championship, so big picture stuff.
That's it, could have been worse. Could have been a DNF or a puncture or a crash, so after that little crash this morning I thought there's no point, just need to finish, get this one done and then move on.
Yeah, we've seen a fair few punctures and people having off, so to come home with a 3rd, I think it's still really good going.
Lovely, thank you.
So grab a word with Jamie. So he finished that one in 2nd, but you made that pass on the last lap. I think that's the way to use your double points. You knew what you had to do in that last one.
Yeah, I was kind of holding the gap behind Chris and Jay, and I thought, is he going to have a go at him, is he not? And if he didn't, I would have been quite happy sitting where I was, but as soon as he passed Jay, I knew I had to get my finger out and get going, and I was lucky enough that Jay kind of slowed down a little bit, and I sneaked up the inside him. I knew that's a good passing place. It's one of the very few passing places going this way, so just sneaked up there. I don't think he was expecting it at all, but did what I had to.
Yep, did what you have to do and definitely utilise this as your double points round, so we think you should be the overall winner for today, finishing 2nd in the race. Anything you'd change going forward for Three Sisters?
Well, hopefully I'll have a new bike for Three Sisters, the long awaited new bike, but no, with this bike I wouldn't change a thing on it, just leave it as is. It's Old Faithful, it handles well, we've got handling nice round Lunar, so I'll be back to testing again on this new thing.
And hopefully your foot's not too sore either.
Well, hopefully off to the hospital now to get an x-ray and then see if we're going to Italy or not.
Yep. And we will grab a quick word with our race 3 winner, Chris Hodgson. So you did what you had to do in that one, made that pass on Jay, really lovely pass, and then managed it from there.
Yeah, I was hoping, actually hoping Jay would come with us and just keep Jamie away, but I think with that result, Jamie's got the overall, but still a really enjoyable race. Yeah, just glad to see, you know, I'm still strong towards the end, and yeah, loving it.
They love him riding the TM. We saw teammate Alex Mullany had a little bit of an off. I think he lost the rear, so that was a shame seeing him come from the front row, but great riding from all of yous. Yeah. And I'm actually most surprised that there's less crying coming from her than there are some of the riders.
Yeah, she's good as gold, you know, she's not going to cry like a little baby, even though she is one, but yeah.
That's fab. So we will see everyone at round 5 at Three Sisters. So round 5 at Three Sisters is on the 13th and 14th of July. If you can make it down, do come down and support the riders. I think it's about £5 entry. If you can't, make sure you're following TNL Sports on YouTube and subscribe. So their live stream, as today, will be on there on the Sunday the 14th. In the meantime, we'll see you then.